Hello, everyone, and welcome to another edition of Mormon Stories podcast. I'm your host, John DeLynn. It is October 7th, 2025. And today we are super excited to have with us for the first time in Mormon Story studio, a person who joined the Church of Jesus Christ of Latter-day Saints from the country of Kenya. His name is Joe Ngatia. Hey, Joe, how's it going?
Doing great. Thank you for having me.
Thank you so much for coming to our studios to be on Mormon Stories.
Absolutely. Thank you for inviting me.
And there's several reasons why we're super excited to have Joe on the podcast. Number one, his outline is just fantastic. He's got a great story. We've also, as far as I know, never interviewed anyone from Kenya before. Joe's also a medical doctor here in the United States. And his Mormon journey begins in Africa, and it continues to present day in whatever flavor it now is here in the United States. But for those of you who don't know much about the LDS Church or the Mormon Church, the single continent that is experiencing by far the most growth in all of the LDS Church is the continent of Africa, and specifically sub-Saharan Africa. And so we have certainly not had enough Africans on Mormon Stories podcast. And now is a better time than any to do that. And I'm really excited to hear Joe's perspective on joining the church in Africa and the church's growth in Africa. But we're going to be talking about all sorts of things, including Joe's faith journey. And the final thing I'll say is that here on Mormon Story Studio, our motive is to build bridges, to help build understanding, to help promote peace, and to help provide support for people who want to learn more about Mormonism or the church, to hear people's stories, to develop empathy for all the different types of, Mormon and LDS experiences that there are. So without any further ado, Joe Ngatia, welcome to Mormon Stories podcast.
Thank you very much. Thank you for that very warm introduction. And absolutely, I absolutely like the part about building bridges, obviously, because I think there's enough hostilities in the world that we don't need to contribute to that. And so, thank you for that.
My pleasure.
Yeah.
I should also mention just right up front, and I'll try and mention this at the end. Joe just let me know that he just recently published a book. It's called A Quest for New Dawn, again, by Joe Ngatia, MD, medical doctor. And that's exciting. Writing a book is a real accomplishment. And I haven't read the book, but I have read your outline, and your writing's fantastic. So if the book's anything like your outline, people should get it.
Thank you very much. I appreciate that.
Yes. All right. So I guess let's jump in. So where does your Mormon story begin, and do you have a life before your Mormon story?
Yes, I was born in Kenya, and so as you said in the introduction piece, I was one of, I suppose, the third generation from the time Kenya became independent from British colonialism. And so my parents were both educated. They were high school sweethearts, and they got married while they were still doing their A-level. That's like after high school, there's 2 more grades before you went to college. And so they got married at that point. But the marriage broke apart when I was still a baby. And so by the time I came to know myself, I found myself in the custody of my maternal grandparents. So I grew up under the care of my grandparents in the village. That's on the foothills of Mount Kenya. My village rests about 6,000 feet above sea level. So I'm a mountain person. and so because of the breakup of the marriage, my mom had to leave us and go back to the city. And
Which city?
Nairobi City, which is the capital city of Kenya.
Okay.
And so she would
only... for work, just for a job?
Yeah, to go work and support us and her younger sibling. And so I grew up believing my grandparents were my parents. Whenever my mom came, we called her Jane like everybody else. I was always surprised. There was this stranger that would show up and how, flood my whole world with joy and kisses. And I did not know why she liked me so much, because I thought I was just another of the siblings. until it took many years before I realized that was my biological mother.
Oh.
And so that's really my childhood, in essence. But before I was old enough, my mom got a scholarship to go to the United Kingdom. That was in 1986. And so she had to leave and go overseas for years. And that's why she met the Mormon missionaries while she was a student in the United Kingdom. And she joined the church there in 1988. And so that was the introduction of the family to Mormonism. So when she came back, I was almost done with primary school. And upon her return, we moved in with her we moved to Nairobi City. And, she was looking for this thing that she had, the church was not registered in Kenya until 1991. And so, yes. And so she was looking for the church. And eventually when she found it, she brought the missionaries home and we started our investigation.
So is it fair to say you and your mom were some of the first members of the LDS Church in Kenya?
We were pioneers. I mean, the Sitatis, Brother Sitati was a member of the first quorum of the 70. Those joined the church before it was even officially registered in Kenya. And so they were American expatriates living in Nairobi. And so they had their own small congregation, but not officially.
And forgive us for not knowing, or at least me, what is the native language of Kenya?
The official language of Kenya, we have Swahili and English. So those are official language. But
tell us the first
Swahili.
Swahili, okay.
Yeah,
Swahili, yeah. and then English.
Dual. Yeah, those are the dual official languages. So, but Kenya has 40 different tribes, and every tribe has its own language. A Kikuyu, which is for the many, many years, that was the largest tribe in Kenya. We come from Central Province of Kenya. So I speak Kikuyu. And of course, every other Kenyan must speak English and Swahili. So most Kenyans speak 3 languages.
So you speak Swahili and obviously English.
And my tribal language, which is Kikuyu, yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, so that's typical of most Kenyans.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. All right, back to your story. So you're in Nairobi with your mom.
Yes.
And were you baptized today or...
So when she brought the missionaries it was about 1993. And, when you're a teenager, you have newly acquired freedoms and you're not about to auction them to any religion. And so I was very hesitant to join in a church. And so my sister joined the church first. I have an older sister. She's a couple of years older than me. And so I resisted the invitation to join the church. But I remember I went through a few sets of missionaries. And finally, there was this missionary. He was from Utah. And his companion was from Ghana. And when he gave me a challenge, after going through the discussion, he said, well, we're not asking you to believe what we say. We believe there's a mechanism established for you to find for yourself. And he was so persuasive to me. And I remember for the first time, I decided to, you go read the book and pray about it. And
you were around what age?
I was about 17 years old at this time, 16, 17 years old. And I prayed about it. And just like, it's described, you have this warm feeling in your bosom. And I can say without a doubt, I felt that. And just like he had described it. And there was no doubt I had made a connection that was not just an ordinary, part of your ordinary daily life. And so after that, what to do was pretty automatic. I knew I needed to join the church. And so I was baptized in April of 1994.
94.
Yes.
What language did you read the Book of Mormon in? I'm just curious.
It was in English. And
in
so,
English,
yes.
Okay.
Most of our education system is in English.
Yeah.
And so we have the option to teach in Swahili, but most people in Kenya would speak English.
Okay.
Yeah.
Now, I don't mean to get right to the kind of more serious stuff, but I have to ask because I think this is relevant. Obviously, let's just say, like many churches, to try and be compassionate, the Church of Jesus Christ of Latter-day Saints has a bit of a complicated history as it regards to race, and particularly Africans in the church or people of African descent.
Right.
And of course, the LDS Church didn't allow people of African descent to be members in full standing until 1978.
Right.
I always wondered, when missionaries are teaching to Africans,
right,
do they know that before they joined? Is it just something all Africans know? Oh yeah, Mormons didn't allow the black people to have the priesthood before 78. Or did they teach it to you? Did the missionaries teach it to you? Or did you just have no idea and you joined without even knowing? And do you have thoughts or opinions about that? And I know it'll probably come up later, but
that's a good question. Because at the time I was joining the church, first of all, the conception of race when you live in Africa is very different from, for example, an African American living in America. You live in a country where everybody from your president to the crook, everybody looks just like you. Mm-hmm. And so you don't have a strong racial feeling, one way or another. Mm-hmm. And so, in fact, the interaction with the American missionary was perhaps one of my first interaction with white people.
Was Kenya colonized? I should know this.
It was colonized by the British.
By the British.
Until 1963. That's when, the independence, we attained our independence.
And there wasn't a large population of white British, expats or whatever living in Kenya?
Not at the time I came of age. Before 1963, there was, they called them the white settlers. And so they mostly were farmers. They took the best land. And there was a conflict that lasted a whole decade. So my grandfather was a veteran of that conflict. And so the feelings were limited to that history. Okay. But I was born in the late 70s. And so by the time I came of age, you had this understanding there had been a conflict. But it was more theoretical than it was practical, Okay. And so the missionaries, of course, they projected warmth and kindness, as all missionaries do. And so the idea that there was this hidden history that you did not know could not have entered my awareness. And so, in fact, whenever I looked at the Utah missionary, he really was, he embodied grace, and it was, his smile, his kindness, his interaction with us. I could not have imagined there was such a history, as I would later on come to discover. Mm-hmm. That it was part of the reason it was so shocking to me when because it really went against the grain of everything I knew about Mormonism or everything I had experienced in my conversion journey.
Okay.
Yeah.
So you didn't know there had been a priesthood ban in the LDS Church, and the missionaries didn't offer that information?
No. And that would come like maybe a year later, and we'll come to that, how I discovered it.
Okay.
Yes.
I'm just curious, and maybe you'll talk about this, but I'm curious if they had brought it up.
It never came up.
But if they had, do you think that would have changed your mind, or do you think you had such an powerful experience that maybe wouldn't have made a difference? I know I'm speculating.
That's a good question. I think at the core of it, it all depends on how it's presented, right? If they say, if they told me there's a time in our theology we believed people like you were not entitled to the full blessing of the gospel, that they could only play a supporting role, and that somehow you are a descendant of Cain, and that, that your type had been preserved through the flood in order for the devil to have a representative on the earth. Those sort of things. If anybody talk to you like that, that would be a non-starter to the conversation. That would be an equivocal no.
Even at 17.
Yeah, I had enough self-respect for myself, even at that age.
Okay.
Yes.
But is there a way that they could have presented it where it might have not been as much of a problem?
I suppose you could always spin and say, there's this unknown, just how the church usually presented it later. They say, for unknown reason, Black people are kept from the priesthood for a reason that the Lord never revealed to us. And if you are not scrupulous, you just take it, whatever they told you, and you not do any research. And so if there was no window to the past,
that
would have, it would be an easy spin.
Okay.
Yes.
Okay.
But if you are seriously looked into the details, because the devil is always in the details, right? If you look into the details and see what the brethren, the people you admired so much in the beginning, if you see what they had to say, then of course it's disconcerting.
Okay, but either way, you weren't told, and so you didn't know.
I had
so
no
you
idea.
Joined. Yeah.
I had no idea.
And you joined because you felt like you had a witness from the Spirit.
And it was powerful. It was different. It was not like an ordinary, as I mentioned, and now I know what that came from. But when it happened, I felt like I had made a very important connection with the other world. And there's only one thing to do. It was to join the church and to say that I know with every fiber of my being, this book is a divine book. So.
Okay. So what happens? So you're 17, you get baptized?
So I'm 17, and most Kenyans send their kids to boarding school for high school. So I was in a boarding school. I could not stay home. And so as soon as my baptism was done, within a week, I went back to my boarding school. I took the Book of Mormon, and I could tell my mother was very concerned when I was leaving, because the church was, at this point, was getting a lot of bad publicity from the press. There was a lot of accusation that the Mormons were devil worshippers. That was a common story in the media in Kenya. As soon as they built the first chapel in Nairobi, and they did not have a cross, it had a spire. They said that's the devil's sword. And so
is that what a spire can mean in Kenya? Is it a devil's sword?
It's just, I suppose it's a fiction that was concocted by the media. And they say this is the devil's spire. These people are devil worshippers, they eat babies. And so there was a lot of bad, negative things. And so my mom was very concerned when I was leaving home, and she said, well, you're going to take the Book of Mormon. This may be a problem. And, I had no doubt at this point. I had a very deep conviction that this was the truth, and I had to take it with me. And I took it. And of course, all hell broke loose when I went back to my school. So I went back to school. This is 1994. I was Form 4, which is junior in high school. And as soon as I got there, I was really excited. I was reading my Book of Mormon at the end of the evening study every day, and I was discovering all these wonderful things. And of course, when in that phase of life, you just want to share with people. And I remember approaching one of the boys, and I said, "Hey, you gotta read this book. It's really awesome." And he took it and said, "This is the devil's Bible. The Bible says you cannot serve God and Mormon."
It's not a Mammon.
Yeah, he said Mormon.
What's the predominant religion in Kenya, by the way?
Most people are Christians. And so Anglicans, also, Catholics. But I would say at that point, about 80% of Kenyans were Christians, a good chunk of Muslims,
Okay.
But where I come from, around Nairobi, most people are Christians.
Okay.
And so...
so they knew the Bible, generally?
We know the Bible was part of your school curriculum from the time you're a little kid. It didn't matter you're Muslim, Buddhist, whatever. You had to know the Bible. It was part of your examinations.
Got it.
And so I had been raised with a pretty good understanding, grasp of biblical concepts. So when I showed this boy and he said, you cannot serve God and Mormon, he went to the school chaplain, and he said, there's a kid with the devil's Bible.
Oh my goodness.
And he has it in school. And so, and of course I lost, like in boarding school, you need your friends. And so when you're ostracized, it's a big deal. And so the chaplain came the next morning. He said, who is Joe? And, what is that devil's Bible you have? And I gave him the Book of Mormon. He looked at it and he said, you are Mormon. And he had gone to theology school in the Carolinas.
In the Carolinas?
Yes.
Oh.
And he had good Mormon friends. He said, I am so sorry. I know you're not a devil. And so they said, little misunderstanding. I'll take care of it. But I need to take this book so I can show it, because the teachers also knew about this. I need to take this to the staff room for them to look at it and read it if they want to read it for themselves. I've read it. I'm not a Mormon. I don't agree with the whole construct, but I know you're not what you're accused to be. Mm-hmm. And so that was good.
Yeah.
That was good. I was like, but it did not save me from the fact that I lost my friends. Yeah. And for quite some time, I had no friends. They were afraid of this demonic contamination from me. And so that's tough for a boy in boarding school.
But that didn't make you want to leave the church, did it?
No, I felt really privileged that I could be persecuted for Christ.
Yeah.
To belong to the Honor True Church. And I had read enough to know that essentially people who believe in Christ and believe the right way, they were going to be persecuted. So this was confirmation of the highest order.
Yeah.
Yes.
I felt the same way in high school.
Great. Yes.
Yeah.
You did not, I suppose you did not grow up in Utah.
I grew up in Texas.
Oh, I
and
see.
most of the kids in my town were like Baptists, evangelical Christians.
Yeah.
And I was excited to be persecuted.
Absolutely.
So,
yes.
Yeah.
Me too.
Okay.
That's right.
Okay. So how did things go from there?
So from there, we would get school break every 2 or 3 months, and you go home. And so I went home, and I told the branch president, we did not have stake or wards. We had a branch. The church was still very new in Kenya. The branch president, discovered from my mom. My mom was heartbroken that her boy was being, persecuted. And the branch president called me to his office. He said, you're he opened this biblical verse where Peter is locked up and they are beat up. And then they are, I think they received the revelation that it is a blessing for disciples. Those who truly believe in the true gospel will be persecuted. He opened that verse and we read it together. And he said, now, I'm so glad you're so firm in the faith. You need to be ordained to be a priest now, because you really do not need to forgo the blessing of sacrament while you're gone. You can bless the sacrament for yourself.
Oh, wow.
And so this was really like strength upon strength, Here I have really like that much trust from God. I felt really special. So I was blessed. I got the priesthood and I became a priest. And the next time I went to school, and I had the pleasure of blessing my own sacrament.
I've never heard of people blessing their own sacrament. So you'd be in your private school.
Yes.
And on Sundays, you'd get a little bread out.
And a little bread, a little water, and bless my sacrament. And there I was having my communion.
I've never heard of that before.
I felt really special about it.
Yeah.
Yes.
That's awesome.
Absolutely. It was really awesome.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right.
And
so, how did high school finish up?
And so, and eventually some of my friends came back, they started asking honest, instead of this being cynical about it, they would ask honest questions about the church. And I regained a good chunk of my friends, they came back. And I remember one boy, he was a Rastafarian, and he was the kindest person I knew. And he said, Joe, I don't want to hurt your feelings, but one thing I know about Mormons is they believe that white people are better than black people. And I said, Kevin, that cannot be true. I mean, I interact with white people at church all the time. They are some of the kindest people. He said, no, you need to find out for yourself. And I say, and just because it was him, I would, if had it been from an evangelical Christian, I would say, well, this is just persecution. But I said, well, Kevin, I'm going to look it up. And so my home teaching companion was a professor at one of the universities back home. And he had gone to Cornell University, and he had joined the church in 1975 before the priesthood revelation. And so he knew quite a bit. And so we would go home teaching, and it took long distance travel for us to go find all these families we were assigned to. And so which gave me plenty of time to talk to my good friend. And I say, there's this boy who accuses our good, beautiful church of racism. And he says that somehow the church had, bigoted teachings. And the brother said, Joe, there's a part of the history of this church that you don't know. And I do not want to destroy your new faith, but I need you to know, and then before 19, he said, remember how Brother Masibo ordained you to be a priest several, months ago? That would not have happened before 1978. I said, why? He said, well, black people could not have the priesthood. When I joined the church, he said, I would sit down and have little boys be ordained to the priesthood, and I could not be. And because of it, he had gone less active for many years. He had just recently come back to church. And he told me, he was a professor, so he was gonna approach this very academically, and he goes step by step. The book he appealed to was The Pearl of Great Price, and he went to those specific quotes where people are cursed with blackness, where the descendants of Pharaoh could not have the priesthood, and it felt like I had been banished out of the Garden of Eden. I felt terrible because before this, it was all beautiful, all these awesome experiences I was having, from my personal study, from blessing the sacrament for myself. But this was the most awful experience of the biggest crisis of my young adult. I don't know when you're 17 or 18 is an adult, but I felt really I had been thrown into a contradiction I could not resolve. And so, yeah, that's the first time I discovered that part.
But you didn't just leave the church.
I felt like I had been poisoned, and for days and days, I did not know what to do.
You were sick.
Yeah, I was, heart sick.
Yeah.
Because I felt like I had been led to this place and, hung to dry pretty much, because there was not going to be an easy solution to this problem, because I had this beautiful spiritual outpouring, right? Experiences I had never had in my life. And also now I was having this most awful experience, of my life.
Mm-hmm.
And for quite some time, I did not know what to do with it and that information. So I kind of kept praying. And over time, this thing went away. It's more like once you get diagnosed with cancer, you go into remission, you still have the disease in your body and you carry it within you. But you have the disease, and it could wake up in a time and, do you in.
I get that.
And I just lived with it,
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
And do you think at the time you felt like, why didn't someone tell me this before I joined, or did that not even occur to you?
The people who surrounded me, it seems to me, would not have known. For example, my mother, I don't think she knew.
Oh, okay.
I don't think she knew. And she has always been more like, yeah, that's a distraction. Leave it alone, right? And of course, the members of our local branch, those were pretty, straightforward, simple folks who would not have pursued those sort of, questions.
Yeah.
The only person really in place to know that was my home teaching companion, the professor. And that's the only person who could have made that revelation to me. Okay. And so I did not have any negative feeling towards whether my branch president, I don't even think he would have known. Yeah. So.
And all the members in your congregation were Black, is that right?
Yeah, all the members were Black, and most of them actually came from the shanty town. The church did not attract a lot of well-to-do people in Kenya. It mostly attracted people because there's an association, unfortunate though it is, of whiteness as in as there's this connection that people make between whiteness and wealth. And so to see a white person approach you would have been very attractive to a person going through struggles, financial struggles. And so they automatically warm up, and whatever they say, they don't care. Most people just followed. And they came to church hoping for some sort of help. And so these were mostly the members he found.
So when there were white missionaries, that would be extra interesting or compelling or persuasive.
Absolutely.
To someone from Kenya.
To a lot of people, especially poor people from the shanty towns.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It was the same in Guatemala, in Central America. White-skinned, tall Americans.
Yes.
Always were very popular.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
And I'm sure we're going to go to that. Even when I went on my mission later, people listened to you not necessarily because they had an interest in the gospel. A good portion of the people wanted to interact with, we call them Muzungus, white people. So they wanted to be in the presence of the Muzungu, and that's just, yeah.
Okay, so you have this sick feeling inside, but you stay. So how does your Mormon story continue?
I continued reading my scriptures, and I continue, the feelings I had, that outpouring, that expansive warmth in the bosom came back. And it kind of healed all the pain I had felt from the revelation. And it fortified my faith in a way that nothing else could have, And so I continued, and I knew I wanted to serve a mission.
Mm-hmm.
And so that was on my agenda number one when I finished high school.
So anything else happened before then? Worth mentioning?
Let's see, anything else? Not particular from my faith journey, other than the fact that, I got ordained into the higher priesthood.
So you got the Melchizedek priesthood.
Absolutely. Okay. Yes. When I turned 18. And so that was also a highlight of my life, And at this point, before I went to on a mission, actually there's something worth mentioning. So when I finished, of course, when you finish school in Kenya, there's a national exam. It's like GCSE, and so it's the biggest milestone of your life. If you do poorly, pretty much your life is pretty much minimized to being poor.
Mm-hmm.
And so that was a big milestone, and I passed the test. And so I could we only had 3 public universities in Kenya. And so I got, out of thousands of kids, only so many could go to those institutions. So I qualified to go to one of the public universities. And so I had to make a big decision. To go on a mission meant that you have to forfeit your chance to go to, to the university.
You couldn't just defer or delay and come back.
Well, you could, and that's what my mom chose to do. But there's no guarantee they'll hold your place. There was a degree of corruption back in the days, and so a professor, the chancellor of the university, could easily sell your slot to somebody with money and
sell your slot.
Oh, absolutely.
Okay.
Corruption was a big thing growing up.
Yeah.
You could sell anything, and so if you have a rich person kid who did not qualify, that would be thousands of shillings. You could make out of that, and so one of the biggest event that happened between my finishing high school and my going on a mission is that the Kenyan government escalated its conflict with the church. And so the president of Kenya, who had been president from 1978 to I think he finished his term in 2002.
What was his name?
His President Daniel Moi.
Okay.
And so he was always suspicious of Americans in Kenya. Part of it is the introduction of democracy. He did not, sharing power was not very attractive to him. He wanted to be president for life. Mm-hmm. And Americans had different ideas about power, political power. And so having these young Americans go door to door was always seen as an encroachment. There was talk that Mormon missionaries were seen as CIA agents.
Same in Guatemala.
So that's the same thing.
Yeah.
And so they were always suspicious, and they found a way to get rid of them. They said, well, if you did not come from the British Commonwealth, meaning if you're not from any of the African countries that were colonized by the British or Canada or the United Kingdom, you had to get a work permit to live in Kenya. And so by the time before I went on my mission, all the young American missionaries were kicked out of Kenya.
Oh.
And so there was a crisis because they needed people to fill the slots. And so I was called before my calling came to be a companion to a full-time missionary, as part of trying to stem the problem. And so I was paired with this guy, and it was an eye-opening experience because he was a local missionary, and I came to realize some people went on a mission for the wrong reason.
Yeah.
And so this was a job for him. And so the moment we were paired, I remember the assistant to the mission president, they came over, picked me up from my house, and it was in the middle of the night. It was kind of late in the night. And on our way to the first area, my new companion, his briefcase, which was on the roof of the van, fell off somewhere in the middle of the night. And so when he got to the apartment, it was missing. And his reaction shocked me. This is not very Christian. He was very upset. And then he said he had 60,000 shillings, which of course, it was obviously he didn't. But, because the moment the assistant said, you can get compensated for your lost goods by the church. He said, actually, yeah, all my clothes, and I had 60,000 shillings in that briefcase. And so the back and forth was a little disheartening because this is not kind of mission I wanted to serve. I wanted to be there for the right reasons.
And you felt like he was there maybe for the money?
He was there for the money. There was no doubt.
And you weren't even called as a full-time missionary yet?
No, not yet.
Okay.
And so the week I was with him, all we did was go around the city, go eating nice cafes. And I did not know what to do. I felt like I was a hostage, more or less. I had to follow him wherever he took me. Mm-hmm. And he started talking about some girl he needed to be with. And I'm like, and that really shocked me. And I'm like, I did not want to be a lookout while he performed Kama Sutra on his love interest. Okay. And I said, this is not the kind of mission I want to be in. And fortunately, I was rescued out of that situation when the APs came and they say, now you can go home. We're going to combine a bunch of missionaries and you can go home and wait for your mission call. But it was a very disheartening experience for me.
Yeah.
But in some way, it gave me an idea of what I was going into and what I needed to prepare myself for. And so when I went, I knew I was not going to do this kind of thing. I would take my place in the university other than waste my time doing that.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. Was there a temple in Kenya at the time?
No, there was no temple in Africa anywhere other than in Johannesburg.
South Africa?
Yes.
Okay.
And so I think the next temples were built in West Africa very recently in the last decade.
How did they allow missionaries to take out their endowments then?
We didn't.
What?
Oh, that's another part that's different. So when I was finally called to be a missionary, it was at a time the mission was also in not in the best condition. It seemed like the missionaries were, as I said, were going about doing whatever. The American missionaries were moved to, because the Kenyan Nairobi mission had 4 countries in it. It had Kenya, it had Uganda, it had Tanzania, and Ethiopia. All that was one mission.
Wow.
It was humongous. And because of that distance, I think some missionaries did not always follow the rules. And so the mission president more or less had lost control of the situation. So by the time I come on my mission, we were called and we went to the mission home. That's why we were set apart. And it wasn't a happy situation. The mission president looked very sad. His wife was teary, and it was not a happy occasion. And I would come to find out very soon why this was going on, because he had just been released early from his mission.
Oh.
Yeah, he had been sent, out of there. They needed to get control of the situation. And so, but after your ordination after you're set apart to be a missionary, the night before, the next morning you are proselyting. You did not go to the temple.
Oh.
You did not go to an MTC.
That's something I've also never heard of, is missionaries not taking out their endowments before their mission. I've never heard of that.
Yeah, that never happened.
Wow.
I did not get my endowment until I moved to America after my mission.
Wow.
Yes.
I mean, I have to imagine the church had money back then. Like, it seems like they could have afforded it to just fly to South Africa, or maybe would that have been the closest?
That would be the closest temple. That would be for our flight to go there and come back.
Maybe they would. I would imagine they would create an MTC in South Africa, a mission training center.
Okay.
Fly all missionaries there, like they do in the United States. They fly all missionaries to Provo.
Right.
And in their MTC experience,
right,
if they weren't able to go to the temple wherever they live, they would do that at the MTC. I wonder why the church didn't do that for y'all.
I think cost savings mostly. I don't imagine they presume we are so valiant that we could have done without the temple. They would not have thought that an African is so much more faithful that the temple blessing would have been secondary, So I would think it's mostly cost savings.
Yeah, but I mean, I just have never heard of that. That's not true in South America. That's not true in Central America.
Yeah.
At least I've never heard of it before.
And it's probably not true now.
Yeah. Okay.
Even in Africa. But at the time I served my mission.
I mean, honestly, okay, I can think of one thing. Knowing what I know about South Africa and the book Second Class Saints,
yes,
there might have been a majority of white members in South Africa at the time. And there would have probably still been a lot of residual racism.
Absolutely.
And they probably wouldn't have wanted Black people entering the temple in the early 90s in South Africa. I don't know. I'm speculating.
And, I'm sure there were some rich Africans who had gone to the temple.
Yeah. Okay.
Right. But it's also a good point you raised, because now you'd have had a whole lot of people come into the temple as opposed to an occasional person.
Yeah.
Right. And so that might have played a role in it. And then, of course, the average African would not have the financial means to fly to, the church would have had to foot the bill from the beginning, the travel, accommodation, and every part of that experience. And well, could the church afford it? I presume.
I mean, today the church has 300 billion. They probably didn't have that much back then, but they still had billions and billions.
Right.
Anyway, that's interesting.
Yes. Yeah. So I was set apart one evening. The next morning, I was, the APs drove me to my first area of assignment. And that was, in the same city where I come from, but on the other side of the city. I really didn't know many people there.
Oh, wow. You didn't even go to a different country. You stayed in the same city.
Oh, that's another point I got to tell you. So when I received my mission call, right? So of course it come from Utah. And of course, I absolutely believe that the Lord spoke to the prophet and told him, Joe Ngatia need to go such and such place. And this, of course, you cannot receive the Lord's word, The Lord says you're going here, that's why you go, because no human being could be wiser than God. But the interesting thing, when I received my mission call, where it mentioned where I was going, it had been crossed. Somebody had crossed with a pen and written the Kenyan Nairobi mission. It said Zimbabwe Harare mission, but then somebody had crossed and written Kenyan Nairobi mission. And I suppose it happened because now we have a new emergency where the Americans are being kicked out. And the Lord had not anticipated this, And so somebody had, their assignment had to be rearranged after the fact.
Now, in the U.S., you believe that your temple calling, it's signed by the prophet.
Right.
So you just believe it's sacred, that God sent you to whatever place you end up, and the prophet signed it.
Right.
So again, they would never do that with American missionaries, just like cross out
with a pen. And handwritten Kenyan Nairobi mission instead of what was there before. And so I'm like, it kind of inserted some doubt, in my head.
That makes sense.
Yeah.
And I mean, it's a new country, so the church was just figuring stuff out, I guess.
Absolutely.
Yeah. Okay.
Yes.
So how was your mission?
The mission, of course, I was not in a new environment. I was in my country. So that bit of, the geographical, political, social environment was pretty familiar to me. But my first companion was a British guy. And he was absolutely the most hardworking person I'd ever met.
Was he white?
He was a white British.
Okay.
Yeah. And so he was known for being very zealous. He was determined. If anybody could summon the powers of heaven, was going to be my companion. He knew his missionary discussion. This is the time we had the discussion. He had memorized them all. And when his presentation to investigators was like music, he was vastly knowledgeable, very charismatic guy. And so, but he was also pretty hard on his trainee. He said, Elder, you need to memorize these things, know them like I know them. And so when you first come on a mission, this is it was very hard. So the first area was difficult because I could see the gap of knowledge between who he was and who I was. And so that was a huge challenge for me. And of course, we did not have a vehicle. So you walked everywhere, right? So we worked very hard, walked everywhere. And of course, there's some things that, and I'm sure we get into that, there's some things that emerged from that experience, because for the first time, I was introduced to other aspects of church history I did not know.
On your mission?
In my first area.
Well, I was going to say, you already told us that Mormons were generally viewed as satanic or of the devil.
Right.
So you're in your own country, and now you're wearing the name tag, and you're trying to talk to people about Jesus.
Right.
I would imagine there would just, and you're not white, although your companion is white.
Right.
So maybe having a white companion was helpful.
It was semi-helpful. In some way, it opened some doors. And in some other way, of course, you're pretty conspicuous. You can, you stand out. And the our assignment was in, part of our area was a huge shanty town, like, what you'd call ghetto in America. One of the biggest shanty towns. So a lot of people, even though they believe you're the devil worshiper, they also have real material needs that they would have. One of the most memorable experience in that area, where there was an area where most people believed we were devil. Every time we walked by there, people would be yelling, devil worshippers are walking by, And this man comes out, he really wearing rags, and he approaches us and he says, well, I need to come over to my house. Of course, you don't want to do that because obviously you're afraid of being robbed. This is not a place you could just walk into people's house without knowing them. But he was very insistent, and he grabbed my companion, pretty much tore him to his shack. And when you walk in there, there's a lady with two, look like twins. And the first thing, he grabbed one of the kid and handed it to my companion. And he said, take that one. And we'll take anything you give us. And at first, it did not register in my head. But the connection came to me. These people believe we are devil worshippers who eat babies. And we pay for them.
Oh, my goodness.
And so it shocked my...
So he was basically, in your mind, selling you this baby so you could eat it.
So we can give him money. His agenda, of course, is he wanted a way out of his,
But he probably believed that you would eat the baby.
You would take the baby and do whatever we do to babies.
But he was that desperate.
He was that desperate.
Wow.
And so it was horrifying.
Yeah.
And
wow.
It was very unsettling, that, somebody can be in that kind of mindset where you're willing to sacrifice your kid, and so that was an experience.
What did you do?
Well, my companion, being, he, of course, he said, oh, that's a beautiful child. And he just kept complimenting the baby. And he didn't get it. I didn't get it initially. That guy kept saying, take, and I'm like, and finally we said, we cannot have your baby. We don't have a place to take your baby. We live in an apartment, We
also don't have money to pay you for the baby.
And so he says, so we won't have the baby. So eventually we hand the baby back and we get out of there, And that was really, it was one of those memorable experiences in a negative way.
Yeah. And growing up in Kenya, you had not experienced that level of poverty. So
I grew up in the village. Village people are not destitute. They may have very little, but we live off the land. We had plenty in our land to eat. We grow corn, we grow potatoes. People don't go hungry in the countryside. But city poverty in shantytown, it's difficult because it's a dead-ended. They don't have anywhere they can farm. It's grinding poverty.
Okay.
Yeah. So I had never been in that position.
Yeah.
And so that was an experience to remember.
Yeah. Yeah. Wow. Okay.
Yeah. And then the other memorable experience in my first area, there was a guy who was like a teacher in high school, one of those prestigious high school. And he had joined the church and eventually he left. He was very vocal. He was one of those intellectually unsettled people. And every time we went there, his job was to challenge mostly the white companion. He did not expect me to know enough. And he was right. I didn't know enough about the church. And I remember one time, and I didn't know what he was talking about. He said, tell me something about the Salamander Letter and Kimball. And I'm like, I didn't know what I'm like, what is that?
Yeah.
And my companion knew something because he turned crimson red on his face and he started. And so I said, what was that all about? He said, well, you don't have to bother yourself with such issues. You should first learn the basics before you try to eat, drink milk before you try to eat meat, like they say in the scriptures. And it will be years before I would know about Mark Hoffman, and of course, but it kind of stayed with me. Salamander Letter. And back home, you don't have access to a lot of, this is before widespread dissemination of the internet.
Yeah.
And the research would come when I moved to America, and I was also perplexed.
For those who don't know, Mark Hoffman, we've covered it on Mormon Stories. Mark Hoffman was a Mormon from Utah who forged a bunch of fake letters that were connected to early Mormon church history. And the Salamander Letter was scandalous because it alleged that, I don't know, in an early version of Joseph Smith's history, Moroni, I guess, appeared as a white salamander. And it was a forgery. It was also created to embarrass the church, but also the church tried to buy up the Salamander Letter and hide it. And so it's a big scandal. Check out Mark Hoffman. He ended up killing people. So we have episodes on it. We'll include links to that in the show notes. But in your story, that stuck in your mind as like a question.
Yes, because it was his reaction is what made it important to me.
Yeah.
If he had said, well, there's nothing, but he reacted, it was a visceral reaction. He turned, like, what was all about?
Yeah.
And he said, never mind, you should first learn to drink milk before you can eat meat.
Okay.
Okay, I'll someday eat meat.
So that wasn't the answer you were looking for.
That's no, I've always been curious. So if you tell me no, I'll go look.
Okay.
Yes.
So how was the rest of your mission? You did 2 years?
I did, yeah. It was 2 years. I had, and then of course after that first area, I had some other memorable experience. So after that area, I was transferred to the Rift Valley province of Kenya. And that's 6 hours away from the capital. And so my companion was a white South African guy. And very early on in my second area, I was, we were teaching this investigating couple, right? And we actually had to meet the wife in the hospital because she was sick. She had had a miscarriage. And so we were meeting her at the hospital, and it's horrifying when you go to, some of these public hospitals in Kenya. Like you have multiple people piled in the same bed, strangers, they don't know each other. They share a bed in the hospital because there's no bed spaces, right? And so we meet her in this environment. And then the next time I see her, she's back in her apartment where she lived. And her husband is happy that she's home, but she was still pretty sick. And so my companion says, this Sunday, we're going to fast and we're going to come back and give our blessing of healing. And so I was so happy about that. So we went to fast. We fasted for 24 hours. Found their sister. She was still very sick when we found her. She crawled out of bed. We lay our hands on her. He performed the blessing part of healing. And he gave her the blessing that she will be healed. And it was one of the most beautiful experiences I had as a missionary. And I remember on our drive home, we just were bathing in the glory and the beauty of that experience. And so we went home, and the next morning on our way to our church, we decided to stop by, at least to see the miracle that had happened, into the sister. And upon opening the gate, we were met by a very angry man, the husband. He was irate and he was accusatory. He said, why did you have to do this? Why did you have to kill her? She had died soon after we gave her the blessing. And so she died.
Not only was she not healed, but she
died. That same night. Before morning, she was dead.
Goodness. And he was blaming y'all for the death?
He was very upset.
Yeah.
And so I remember, when we finally extricated ourselves from that situation, we went to their van, and my companion was very upset. He said, I promised these people that she'll be healed. And I lied to them. And you could see the seeds of doubt in his own head. It's like, I felt a certain way. I don't know, I can trust that feeling.
Mm-hmm.
And so this gradually, you get to realize feelings could not be fully trusted, because I had the same feeling about her being healed. I had no doubt I would walk, but if I had found her standing on her head, I would have been, yeah, this is the miracle we expected. Her vigor has come back. Instead, we find, yeah, she's dead.
I remember this. I believe. It's gonna, you're just like, it's gonna happen. I believe it.
Yes.
Yeah.
And you have that feeling to go with it. It's not necessarily like, it's not just a mental thing. I honestly believed she will be healed. And then the fact is she was dead before dawn.
Yeah.
And so that was also an experience to remember. So, and finally, how I got out of that area, and I don't know how much time you have for this. I don't want to keep. Yeah. So my companion was transferred, and he became the assistant to the mission president after that. And then my new companion, he was a Kenyan. He became, my companion was also the branch president, like, because this is a small remote place. Yep. And so my new companion came over. He was much more experienced. He was further down the road on his mission. He became the mission president. And weeks into this, I suppose one of the members sent a letter to Nairobi, said the new missionaries here, they are not very good. My new companion was accused of seducing young women in his role as a branch president. And so there were things that were happening that they were not very pleased. Obviously, I did not know how much of it, obviously when you have a private meeting, I was not privy to this, because whenever he went to meet and do the interviews, I was never into that space. So I did not know whether that was true or not. But it was not beyond belief. He was capable. So the mission, the assistant to the mission president, they just secretly came one day to see what we were doing. And unfortunately, they came on a day when we were not working hard. So they found us at the apartment. There were two companionship. There was one American that had a work permit. He was almost at the end of his mission. And then there was myself, my companion, and another Kenyan. And so when my former companion, now as the assistant to the mission president, walks in and says, "Elders, this is so disappointing. Here you are. You're supposed to be proselyting. Is the American making a cake, and you guys are just goofing around." And I think the American companion was insulted that this South African could talk to him. And so he punched him in the gut.
What?
Yes. And of course, now you have to see, it's important to see, like, the American boy, he's probably 5'7", 5'6", The South African is 6'2". He's a big boy. And so when he got punched, and I think he forgot about the gospel, and so it became a physical fight.
Was the South African white or
he
black?
was a white? Okay, yeah, okay. So white South African and a white American
punches tall South African in the stomach,
and immediately the South African unleashes a beating on this American boy and beat him badly.
Oh, wow.
And then his companion, who fortunately was a big Kenyan guy, he separated them. And when the American is set free, the next thing he goes about, breaks the windows everywhere.
Whoa.
He is berserk. And he is like yelling profanity in the most fluent way. I had never heard some of these words. And so the neighbors are looking over the fence, what's going on here? And this guy became a cyclone, breaking everything. So, of course, within a few days, the mission president came down. He met with each one of us to express his displeasure. We were all transferred out of there. I was sent to Nairobi. He made me the zone leader. I mean, the district leader was before the zone leader. I was sent to Nairobi, became a zone leader, a district leader. The others were dispersed all over the city. And from that time, I was in this leadership role. To the point that towards the end of my first year of mission, I was back with my British companion because he was about to go home, being trained to be the new assistant to the mission president.
Oh, wow.
And so he was training me. And when he left, that would be my calling the rest of my mission. So
So for the second half of your mission, you were assistant to the president.
Yeah, the whole.
Oh, wow.
Yeah, so
Okay.
I was there, and it was an honor because it kind of puts you in a place where you're being challenged constantly.
Mm-hmm.
And in that role, I got to see a certain aspect of the church that you wouldn't see. Like I was working in the mission, the church headquarters was also the mission office. And so I got to see these people, some of the people I respected enormously in action. And some of the, I remember overhearing a conversation there was an American general who came to Kenya he was a missionary couple. And he was in an argument he was making the arrangement for missionaries apartment all over the city. And he was in an argument with the landlord on the phone. And it's for the first time I heard the word nigger being used.
Oh,
yes. And he said, and his wife got up. She was very upset when he said that. And she just looked at him and shook her head.
Mm.
And very quickly, his wife was a sweet lady. And,
he was a missionary.
He was an order missionary.
Like a senior missionary from the United States.
From United States.
Using the N-word.
Yes.
As a Mormon
to the
missionary.
Landlord on the phone, who is a local Kenyan.
Goodness.
And he said, I think they were in an argument, and he called him the N-word.
Dang.
And that's not common in Africa. People, at least when I was growing up, that's not a word you hear, But I knew I had watched enough movies to know that was not a place you went, And he apologized later. He said, I'm sorry, I lost my temper. And, but it was,
Wait, he said that in front of you. You heard him
I was in the mission office.
Yeah.
His office is there. I'm sitting here. His wife is over there. She walks over, give him a mean look for using that language. And and of course, there was the guy who ordained me to the Melchizedek priesthood was the CES director in Nairobi.
Mm-hmm.
And he turned out to be a terribly corrupt person. He's a local Kenyan guy.
Oh.
And he would just come to the office in the morning, disappear all day. He ended up being excommunicated years later for, corruption and all that kind of practices. So I was in this space where I could watch church in action, and sometimes not in very flattering ways, And so there are two other events that happened before my mission was over. One of them, of course, I believed we needed to work hard. I had a very passionate belief that this was the honor tree church. And so I pushed the missionaries pretty hard. I was I was the assistant to the mission president. I was insistent you have to place the Book of Mormon. And I felt comparable in an event that happened. Like the sisters went and stayed out too late, and two of them were raped.
Oh, no.
And so I had to go pick them up and take them to the mission home.
Oh, no.
And so I remember thinking, I push him to do this. You feel responsible for things like that. And you're young, and, I did not know how to process that very well. And so that was difficult.
You weren't involved in them staying out late, were you?
Well, I was, as the assistant to the mission president, you are there pushing, insisting you need to go there, work hard. Of course, there's a rule you need to go home.
Yeah.
But in some way you feel if you push them this far to do these things, there's always a way of a human being to take the blame for things like that,
Yeah.
And so that was an event that was very uncomfortable, And so
I mean, we've covered that on Mormon Stories before. Like sometimes Mormon missions aren't safe. Like I know people in Brazil who had guns pulled on them. In my mission, there were carjackings where people would literally stand at the car. This happened to the mission president and his wife, I think multiple times, where they just stick the gun in the car and say, get out.
Right.
And they drive away with the car. Like, it sounds like, is it fair to say that sometimes the conditions weren't safe?
Oh yeah, absolutely. You had to know which areas to avoid. And you have to use the best judgment. But there's also people are incentivized to do certain things. The system incentivizes people who baptize the most number of people, the people who teach the highest number of discussion. And so you can see how a young person, would have gone beyond what was reasonably safe, But safety was a big thing, on my mission, especially in Nairobi.
Okay.
Especially if you stood out, like if you're a foreigner,
Mhm.
that was even a bigger deal.
Okay. So yeah, that would be really hard as an assistant to the president,
Right.
to feel like you had a part maybe in not pressuring, but encouraging the sister missionaries to work hard.
Right.
And then they ended up getting raped.
Absolutely.
I'm so sorry.
Yeah, that was difficult.
Mm.
And but finally, my mission ended, and it ended, I would say, on a relatively good note. That's when Gordon B. Hinckley decided, visited Kenya.
Oh,
Yes.
What year was that about?
That was in 1998.
98. And was that a big deal?
It was a big deal. Everybody wanted to see. You can imagine you've been taught there's a person who carries the mantle of Moses, and this person communicates with God directly, and he's coming to your city, And so people took buses from across the country to come see him. And the church rented a big auditorium in one of the major hotels in Nairobi. And that's why everybody, gathered to see him. And the only downside to it was he did not come greet people's hands. It was the danger of tropical diseases. You have to stay away from the crowds. And so but having him in our presence, I felt really awesome, And so we loved.
I remember that.
Mhm.
I remember when the prophet came to Houston, it was just such a big deal growing up. Yeah.
I can imagine, yeah.
And what did you feel when you saw President Kimball?
Hinckley.
Sorry. Hinckley.
I felt, it was a unique, opportunity to see a living prophet. I felt, here we were not insignificant, little dot on a map.
Mm-hmm.
The fact that he would take this trip, and he was an elderly man, obviously the inconveniences of travel at his age.
Yeah.
And so it was really, it was special to most people that he would take the trip.
Was it national news, do you think, in Kenya? Mormon prophet comes to Kenya or not?
It would have made the news, but not as it would in Utah. In desert, news would make a bigger deal of it.
Would it have strengthened your testimony like reading the Book of Mormon did? Something similar or not?
I don't remember it being, because at that age, of course, towards the mission, you're looking for something substantial, like you want him to say something.
Yeah.
I don't remember him saying anything particularly poignant. But it's his presence, really.
Yeah, it makes total sense.
Yeah.
Well, that's powerful. That's exciting. And to serve as AP for a year, that's a big deal.
I don't think they had the choice. They had to keep me.
What do you mean by that?
Well, I part of the issue was the fact that most, like now the Americans had been kicked out, right? And so I was one of the few people who could drive a car. And this huge mission, they needed somebody who could drive a car.
Well, you mentioned there were some. Okay, I was going to ask, you said there was someone from the UK who had a work permit. Yeah. Was that deceptive? Like, how does a missionary get a work permit if they're not really working?
Well, people from the British Commonwealth could stay.
Okay,
so South African British could stay.
So they called it a work permit, even though he was a missionary.
They could stay. Yeah, I don't know how they, the specific how they process that. But there was a few Americans who stayed. I suppose it was whether it's a visitor visa, because you can get like a 6 month. If somebody was about to go home and they had a visitor permit for 6 months, they could stay. Yeah. So the South African and the British, they could generally stay any other time because they come from the British Commonwealth. So
I'm looking up the history a little bit of President Hinckley's visit to Kenya.
Uh-huh.
It was in February 1998.
Yes.
And it says that he made a prophecy, which I think many people, it says that he visited Ghana, a Ghana temple site.
Yeah, he went to several countries, yes.
Yeah, and he visited Kenya and Nigeria, and that Elder Holland came with him.
Yes.
Do you remember Holland?
Yeah, the Holland was, that was not his first visit to Kenya. He had been there previously.
And then it said that, I think it says that President Hinckley prophesied, quote, "The time will come when we will have many temples across this continent.
Yeah.
You faithful saints here in Kenya will not always have to travel such long distances to worship in the temple."
Well, part of that is maybe coming true because finally they are building a temple in Kenya. I think they just opened this year.
Yeah. It says it was announced in 2017 by Thomas S. Monson that there'd be a temple in Kenya.
Yeah.
But you're saying they just finished it.
I think, I'm not even sure it's open because this year they were doing the open house, I think.
Okay. The groundbreaking ceremony was in, 2021. And the public open house took place from April to May of 2025.
Yeah, this year. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
And it was dedicated May of this year by Suarez. Okay.
Yeah.
All right. So any other stories from your mission that were really foundational for you?
I think that will probably, those are the main ones I can remember.
Did you meet any sister missionaries you liked?
Not so much.
Okay.
Yes. Yeah, they didn't have a lot of sisters on my mission.
Oh.
Yeah. Probably had probably a maximum of 6 to 8 at any given time.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. So what happened after your mission?
So after my mission, of course, I had decided my sister had already moved to the United Kingdom, was already here in the U.S. She came here in probably 96, 97 when I was still a missionary.
Okay.
And so I wanted, I was going to come to the U.S. to pursue further education. And so
you hadn't gone to college yet, right?
No, I hadn't gone to college. And so I needed to go to college now.
Yeah.
I was done with school.
Yeah.
And so my mom applied to Rick's College for me.
Okay.
And so I was accepted. And
that's now called BYU, Idaho. It's in Rexburg, Idaho.
Right. So this is, this is before it was. And so, but applying and being accepted to college in the United States is only half the battle. The biggest problem, there are two, of course, the funding.
Yeah.
And secondly, getting a visa from the United States government to go from your country to United States.
Yeah.
So so the first time I went to the American embassy to get my visa. And then I thought, why not? I should easily get a visa. It should be easy. So I show up and, I showed up at 6:00 in the morning and I was surprised. The line for the visa had gone around the whole block. And so I stood in line. And then, of course, 4 hours later, the security guard came and cut the line in front of me and said, the rest of you come back another time. So pretty much you had to show up there at 4:00 in the morning if you're going to get in.
Yeah.
And so the next morning, I showed up at 4:00 in the morning. And so after standing in line 4 hours, I get into the building and I, you kept looking. There are like 4 consular officers there and you're trying to game the Sims, trying to see who has a bigger smile, more likely to let you go to America. And I saw there was a gentleman there and I thought, I'm going to walk right guy. That guy looked like a guy who would be very generous to me. He was a big African-American guy. And I went to his window, looked at my papers. Within maybe 30 seconds, he said, well, you look like you have good grades. Why don't you go to school here? I said, well, there's only one medical school in this country. I want to be a doctor. I did not make the grade. You have to have straight A's to go to medical school at that time, to go to medical school in Kenya. I didn't have straight A's. And he said, well, what did they ask you? Did they ask you to study? I said, I was invited to study political science. He said, well, then you need to go study political science. You're now going to America. And he just denied me the visa.
Oh, no.
And I was, now what? And so I stood there and argued with him a little bit. He said, okay, if you don't agree with my decision, here's some papers you can file, you can ask for a redo, somebody else can look at your case. And I took the papers and I knew I was gonna do this. I went to my former mission president. I went to his office. I told him what had happened. He said he would write me a letter of recommendation and hopefully that will make the difference. And so, long story short, it took several visits to the embassy before finally this lady approved my visa to come to America.
Okay.
And so, but it's important to know that as I was going back and forth to this embassy, there were other people going back and forth to that same embassy, because within a few days after I got my visa, the embassy was blown up by Al-Qaeda.
Oh.
And there were hundreds of people died in that same building.
Oh, no.
Including the people, the consular officers who were there, who, the American died in the embassy building himself, they died.
Oh, no.
And so
this is before 9/11.
This is before the embassy bombing, the 1998 embassy bombing of the American embassy. So
that was the embassy you were getting your visa?
That's the same building I was in and out of.
How many weeks or months after?
Within days.
Within days.
Oh my goodness. Was blown up.
Wow.
And so I escaped with my life this narrow,
Probably the people you worked with died.
Absolutely.
Oh, wow.
Yeah, the consular died, and a lot of those people died. And the bombing was so it was such a strong blast. It brought down a huge mortar of a building.
Wow.
And so it was a big deal. And so that happened the day before I was flying out of Kenya to come to America.
Okay.
And so that was a big deal.
Dang.
Yeah. So
you probably felt like God spared your life.
Absolutely.
God preserved your life.
I felt it was, it was a confirmation in some way. I had a purpose in life, and so it was a very big disaster, you know. And so I flew to America in August, I flew to Boston. My sister was living in Boston at this time. And among the first people to greet me in Boston was a guy who had taught me to pass sacrament when I first joined the church.
Oh,
yeah.
He was there.
He was there. He had gone to Rex College. And so I was surprised to see him because he was chain smoking.
Oh.
And I'm like, what happened? He said, I went to Rex College. I strongly discourage you from going there.
What?
I'm like, why, brother? This is Zion. He said, oh, no. And he told me, he warned me, he said, you're going to be disappointed. The church in America is not the same as in Kenya.
What?
You will not feel welcome.
Oh.
You're going to feel very isolated. I was so disheartened. He said, I was so disheartened. I left the church, and you can see who I am now. And I'll never go back there. And he said, Joe, whatever you do not go to Idaho.
Wow. I mean, if I'm thinking about it, I mean, Idaho is definitely one of the more conservative states in the United States.
Right.
I've heard that one of the places for the head of white nationalism is in Coeur d'Alene, Idaho, which is northern Idaho.
Yeah.
And so we're talking the late 90s. Yeah, I could, and Mormons have their history with race.
Right.
So I could see there being maybe a lot of racism in Rexburg in the late 90s.
And I did not fully, because, the Americans you met in Kenya, they were very welcoming. And, and I suppose he had gone with that expectation that he would meet the same sort of people. This would be a continuation of a sweet, warm, party.
Yeah.
And I think he could not make the transition from this is a different social environment.
Yeah.
And for him, he could not stand it. He left, and, but I knew for me, there was no question. I had served a mission.
Yeah.
I was going to Zion.
Yeah.
And I blamed him for it. I said, you are this smoking, you're drinking. So no wonder you're in this predicament. I was a staunch Mormon. I say, whatever the case, I will die a Mormon.
Yeah.
There's no question. I was not, I said, I'm not going to leave the church because somebody was being mean to me.
Yeah.
You see, my relationship is with God.
Yeah.
I believe this is the only true church, and I am going there, and I'm going to get my temple endowment and all those things that we didn't have.
And now, wait, did you say he had been your bishop? Or
no, he had been one of the boys. Yeah. He was only like 3 years older than me.
Okay, got it.
Yeah.
Got it, okay.
And so he had taught me. He had joined the church ahead of me, and so he was teaching me how to pass the sacrament and all that. Okay. Yeah. And so there he was,
Yeah.
telling me, you really don't
do
want
it.
to do this. Don't
Yeah.
do it. You're going to regret it. You're going to come back to Boston in a year and you're going to be way behind everybody else. Because you see, the Kenyans in Boston were doing pretty well.
Oh.
They worked 2 or 3 jobs. They were making money. And that, as a young person, having a car meant a lot. And so he said, look, I don't have a car. All these other Kenyans, they're driving Mercedes and whatever, And so you're going to come back and I'm be in the same predicament as I am.
Oh.
And I did not pay much attention to that.
Yeah, it's a challenge. It's like,
I'm doing this.
Yeah.
And my sister said, Joe, listen to, your friend told you, don't go.
Wait, was your sister active in the church?
At this time, she had left the church.
Oh, okay.
Yes, she was less active. She said, Joe, I'm not sure, I don't know what makes you think you're so special. You should not do it. You stay here. They're beautiful school. For goodness sake, Harvard is here.
Yeah, MIT, Harvard.
MIT, yes.
UMass.
Yeah, exactly. She said, why do you have to go try fate? Just stay here.
Boston College, Boston, Rexburg, Idaho.
Yeah.
I can see.
Yeah, so I said, look, Joyce, I am a Mormon. I am going to Zion. And finally, after so many arguments, she said, she put me in a Greyhound bus from Boston to Rexburg. And that's how I came to the American West.
Uh-huh. And how was Rexburg? How was BYU Idaho / Ricks College?
Yeah. So I arrived in Idaho Falls late at night, on a Greyhound bus. And it was the last bus of the day. And so, they got my stuff off, and the guy at the center, at the bus stop, he said, well, I said, is there a bus that goes to Rexburg? He said, no. Is there a taxi? We don't have taxis to go. So I'm in this place, and he helped me try to find a hotel so as I could go the next day.
Oh,
there were no hotels. So he said, I could drive you to Rexburg, but I can't. I have work in the morning. And fortunately, this guy shows up, these 2 teenagers. They say, yeah, we're going back to Rexburg. You can hitch a ride with us.
Wow.
It was like miraculous.
Yeah.
They took my stuff, drove me to Rexburg, got me into a motel across Ricks College.
Uh-huh.
And I didn't have a place. I didn't have my classes registered. And it was already the first day of school. So the hotel person said, yeah, you can leave your stuff here, walk on campus, get your things sorted out, and come back, get it later. So I went to the administration building. And I met a lady, and I still remember her name was Sister Bonnie. She said, oh my gosh, we didn't think you're coming. We didn't hear from you.
Oh.
So we need to get things going for you. You're already behind the curve, boy.
Yeah.
So I said, well, so she started working. She called some Kenyan student who already going to school there.
Oh.
There's a Kenyan boy. His name was Kennedy. He called him, and he said, he wouldn't answer his phone. He said, I think he might have graduated. So you need to go to devotional. There was devotional.
Yeah.
Go to devotional and come back afterwards. So I walked for the masses of the student to a devotional. And at the end of the devotion, I was really lost.
Yeah.
Inside the head and outside in the world.
Yeah.
And as I walked out the devotional, I heard a voice. Somebody say, Ngatia. And I'm like, who is that? And there was this white boy. He was from Bountiful, Utah. We had met once.
Whoa.
On his way home from Ethiopia. He served his mission in Kenya, Nairobi mission.
Yeah.
And he remembered me.
You must have been memorable.
I don't know, but he said, Ngatia, where are you staying? My name is Eric. We met in Nairobi and on my way home. And
total coincidence.
I wouldn't have remembered.
Yeah.
And he said, well, one of our roommates did not show up. If you're looking for a place, it's the cheapest place you could find. There's $150 per semester or something. It's behind this little old lady's house. And you can come live with us.
It's a miracle.
I know. I told him my situation. He was thrilled. He said, don't worry. Let's go. I have a car. I'm going to get your things.
Wow.
I'll take you. And just like miracle.
That's the best of Mormonism right there, right?
I had no doubt this thing was meant to be.
Yeah.
Like everything was working out so beautifully for me.
Yeah.
That's how I settled in Rexburg.
Wow.
I had my buddy from my mission.
Yeah, that's not what your I guess your friend from Boston.
That's not what he told me.
You
No,
would experience.
He told me, and it was like my experiences were awesome. I got there. And I was surrounded by friends. People were very present, you know. And immediately, of course, I had work to do. I needed to get my patriarchal blessing. I needed to get my endowment.
Oh, yeah.
You know, I needed, there was a lot of work for me to do. And that's what I set out to do. And I remember when I met the stake president. He was this cowboy. He was an older man. He was probably in his 80s. And he stood out because he had this huge belt buckle and, you know, and he was very sweet to me. And we spent a good 30 minutes discussing my life before he gave me my patriarchal blessing. And he asked me, what do you want to go study? What do you, you know, all those things that you say in a biographical, you know, information. And fortunately, you know, when he gave me the blessing, it felt so real to me. You know, the Lord, you know, told me I would really succeed in becoming a doctor. I would become a very important leader in the church, you know, and I would remain faithful to the church to the very end.
Oh.
And I would find a sister in Zion, you know. And
that was all in your patriarchal blessing.
That was all in my patriarchal blessing.
So you'd remain faithful to the end,
yeah.
Find a sister to get married.
And I would succeed in becoming a doctor.
Oh, you would become a doctor?
Yes.
That's good.
Yeah, because I had told him exactly what I, you know, and so, and I held on to these promises because to me, they were echoes from God, you know. Even when I encountered huge obstacles on my path, I knew the stake president, you know, the patriarch had told me what would happen. So in spite of the bumps on the road, I knew this thing was going to happen, you know. So that was, you know.
It's got to be that if you're promised by what you believe is God that something's going to happen.
Right.
It's got to give you confidence that you can achieve it.
Absolutely. Because, you know, there was no gap between my belief, you know, and what, you know, and what I was going to do, my effort.
Yeah.
So you were promised something. So my failure I would have to blame my laziness. So the Lord has already told me I'll become this. And therefore, whatever it takes, I must become this because he has done his part. I have to do my part.
Yeah. And if you have doubts, you're like, well, the God said it, so it's going to happen. I'll keep believing.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
And I think that was the biggest to me. It was that carrot. I knew I could do this.
Yeah.
You know, and had been promised it would happen.
Yeah. Okay.
You know, and so that, and then of course going to the temple, you know, and so my immediate roommate was a guy from Pendleton, Oregon. He was a cowboy, and we hit it off. He was a guy from rural America. I'm from a village, and so he became my closest friend. And he offered to take me to be my guide to the temple. He had a pickup truck. We drove it to Idaho Falls, you know, and I received my endowment, you know.
And how did you find the temple ceremony?
I suppose after so many years, you know, I had joined the church in 1994, and this is 1998. And all the things you read in church magazines about the temple, you expect this phenomenal experience, right? In fact, I would be remiss if I did not say I expected that I would have more or less a physical meeting with God.
Oh, you did?
I really expected to have a divine experience.
Yeah.
It was not going to be just a building like any earthly building.
Yeah.
I really believe this was God's house, and I would have a remarkable experience. So, in some ways, because of the expectation, it's bound to disappoint a little bit.
Yeah.
Because 4 years of building this momentum, nothing could fulfill that.
Yeah.
You know, and so, but, you know.
I had the same experience in Utah or in Arizona.
Right.
Yeah.
Because your expectations cannot be matched by reality, you know.
Jesus just isn't appearing to people in the temples as much as one would hope.
Yes.
Yeah.
And so that was a little disappointing.
Yeah.
Yes. But, you know, and so I was happy to be, you know, that was probably the pinnacle of any Mormon's experience, right? Like going to the temple.
Yeah.
Like this is the crowning event of, you know, of your youth.
Yeah. Okay. So you felt like it was a good experience.
It was a little confusing, but it was on the basis of what it gave me. You know, I felt I had been received to a very special club.
Yeah.
This is a part of it that feels like being inducted to a special society.
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah.
And so that in itself is a huge reward, for whatever you had to put up with to get there.
Sure.
Yeah.
Okay. So how was Rick's overall?
Well, I settled to, I think I had grown up in this, I've always been academically ambitious. And so I got into my pursuit, I needed to get good grades, And so the rest of Rick's college could only be, I remember it on the basis of what I was doing academically.
Mm-hmm.
But it also did offer a window, like finally become socialized into the American society,
Mm-hmm.
right? So I, you tell people, and I became Black in America. Finally, I could see myself as a Black person for the first time.
Oh,
right.
Okay, so yeah, they say if the fish doesn't recognize the water he's swimming in, if you're Black amongst a bunch of Black people, you don't, like you said at the beginning, you don't even think about race.
You don't think of race much in Africa.
But if you're Black and a Black African in white Rexburg, Idaho,
right,
all of a sudden
you interact with people, and they interact with you differently than they would interact with their neighbors naturally, right?
Mm-hmm.
And so you realize, you start perceiving yourself on the basis of this difference. And so very quickly, you start learning yourself you start viewing yourself from a different prism, right?
Mm-hmm.
And so and things that would not have been noticeable soon enough began to be noticed, like all the mention of Blackness in the Book of Mormon, which I would have ignored in Africa.
Mm-hmm.
Now this was me.
Mm-hmm.
They were cursed with the skin of blackness. Was no longer an issue that was, a detail you could ignore.
Even though that was technically referring to Native Americans or Lamanites in the Book of Mormon.
Yes.
You still thought it might apply to you?
Well, if there's no, because nobody was ever cursed with the skin of whiteness. So, right? So you'd have to obviously make the necessary connection.
Okay.
The Blackness in this theological context was always a demotion.
I guess the Book of Mormon says that they were cursed with dark skin to make them loathsome, ugly,
undesirable.
Undesirable.
And so no one would ever read that and say, oh, it's not about me. Unless you don't have a mirror.
Okay.
And so a self-reflective person would make the obvious connection. That there's no context in the Book of Mormon in Mormon theology where people are punished with whiteness.
Yes.
So
I've never thought of that before. It's so true.
Yeah. And so you begin to see these things. And then, of course, because human beings are human, you start having occasional bad experiences with race. Right. And so one of the things I was remembering, I remember this morning, there's a guy from India. He was a dark-skinned guy from India. And I remember one time he was coming, Book of Mormon class is required at BYU and those kind of places. And I remember he was not Mormon, and he came out of a class and he was upset. We were kind of friendly. I cannot say we were friends, but we were friendly. He looked at me, do you believe that stuff? And I said, what happened? He said, you're an idiot. And I said, what did I do?
He called you an Indian guy from South Asia.
Yes.
Called you an idiot.
Yeah. He said, if you believe that, you're an idiot.
Oh my goodness.
And I said, what? And he told me about, he had read about dark skin in the Book of Mormon.
Okay.
And he had raised the question to the teacher.
Yeah.
And whatever had happened, I wasn't privy to it, but whatever had happened had made him pretty upset.
Yeah.
And I remember he was not very pleased.
Yeah.
And there was no way to escape this. I knew about these things and I was beginning to see them in a different light.
Yeah.
And for the first time, I thought, I need to deal with this issue.
Yeah.
And of course, remembering my home teaching companion from way back when, he had mentioned about the pearl of great price being really the very rich ground for you to understand this issue,
And this is the Book of Moses and the Book of Abraham.
Yes.
Is that right?
Yes.
Yeah.
And so guess what? I signed up to take Pearl Grade Prize the next semester.
That's a class at BYU.
Yes.
Yeah.
And I took it, and I knew that this teacher, one of the professors, religion professors, he was one of the best teachers. I'd taken the religions of the world from him, and he had his teaching style I loved. He challenged you intellectually, and he went way beyond the normal be faithful, he made it an intellectual experience. And so I signed up for his class to learn more about this race theology.
Mm-hmm.
And of course, BYU often meant you are the only Black kid in the whole class,
Yeah.
And so I remember the day he came to those verses where Pharaoh is, forbidden to have the priesthood. And although he claimed it on the basis of his lineage, there's that verse. And he read it in class. And he said, a lot of people have read this and say this is the basis why Black Africans were not permitted to have the priesthood. This is what he said. But he said the reason Black people were not allowed to have the priesthood are not fully understood.
Yeah.
But this is not the reason. And he said, and suddenly, most students at BYU and Rex were very respectful. But suddenly this was a moment of diverging, departing from respect. There was a lot of people yelling at the teacher, more or less like there was an uproar. He said, well, you're contradicting the brethren.
Mm.
And some of them quoted Brigham Young, say, there's a curse. Because the professor had more or less suggested there was not a curse on Africans, But he said, no, that's not what the brethren said. And after some back and forth with students, he pretty much, backed off. I remember before he backed off, he said, Joe, what do you think about this?
What the?
Yeah, he said, Joe, what do you think about this? And I think he wanted an ally in this.
Yeah.
Because he probably wanted to humanize the issue. This, more or less, I can see him wanting to say, this is not just a theoretical question. There are people whose feelings you're hurting. One of them is sitting over there, right?
So he was basically empathizing with people of color, Black people, maybe even saying that the brethren may have gotten this wrong. Or
he
that
never
at least it was
outrightly
hurtful.
say they got it wrong, but he did say, that, he more or less saying we don't know that story fully, but we should not make this conclusion that Africans are cursed.
Okay.
Right?
He was saying withhold judgment.
Yes.
Okay.
But my classmates did not see it that way. That's
they
not how
felt what? What did they feel?
Well, they made it very clear in no uncertain term that the curse of Cain was real.
Yeah.
And Black people were the inheritors of that curse.
Yeah.
And there was no doubt in their mind, and it hurt their feeling. And I remember when he asked, Joe, what do you think? And I sheepishly, I remember I said, I'm going to withhold my comments.
Oh, wow.
That's all I said.
You didn't feel safe, probably.
I did not feel safe. And I was more or less a shy kid. When I was, I was new to a country. I sound different from everybody else. I was the only Black kid, So I say I withhold my comment, But there was no doubt in my mind on that day, my journey out of the church started.
Really?
It really did start.
Why?
I felt there was no fellowship between me and the people I was sitting next to.
Oh.
I had respect for myself. And I felt they did not respect me. I felt they saw me as an inferior breed of humans.
Oh.
And that the only reason I was there is that God had changed his mind on some issues. Really. And I could never be fully rise to their level. I could never there was always going to be a certain gap.
Oh.
And
I guess you would have felt like your friend in Boston told you were going to feel. That might have been the first time you really felt that way, maybe?
I think in Rexburg, that's the first most painful experience, of the nature that he was describing.
Yeah.
Yeah. And I knew somehow, and I hate to say this, I the mention of Brigham Young in that context, it made me not like him too much, right? I think that was a person whose name was invoked in that discussion more than anyone else.
Yeah.
And it set me on a path and a trajectory where I needed to get to the bottom of the issue. From that time, I feel I was always researching, I was not going to depend on people. I was going to find out as much as I could on the topic.
Mm-hmm.
And unfortunately, the more I found, the less I was happy. It was not faith promoting information. And not necessarily, I was not reading anti-Mormon literature. I was reading directly from the words of people like Brigham Young, the discourses of Brigham Young.
So you started reading those things at Rick's?
Yes. I started looking at those things.
Oh.
And I needed to know. I needed to know what the brethren said. I did not want to get a commentary from some other person,
Yeah.
And so, it wasn't faith promoting to say.
Yeah.
I felt Brigham Young undoubtedly did not have much respect for Africans.
Yeah, to put it mildly.
Yeah. I felt that he did not contemplate a world here or afterwards in which would be the equivalent of an African.
Yeah.
And I did not feel, I wasn't raised in a way that I could accept that. And I knew whatever cost to me, that was untenable. I knew that. To me, I could trace my first step out of church to that day.
It wasn't that you said, I'm out of here, I'm quitting the church, I'm leaving, I've lost my testimony. It's more like it became an item on the shelf, as we say, or something else. How would you describe it?
I think in some way I started trying. The first thing you do, because I had experiences that held me to certain aspects of the church. I always felt that the burning in the bosom meant something.
Yeah.
And so I was stuck in this world in which I lived with contradictions, right? And I tried to make an accommodation of some sort of equilibrium in which you can loathe the messenger and love certain aspect of the message.
Yeah.
And of course, we know how that works. Eventually, one side will win.
Yeah.
And so I lived with this contradiction, and I knew that I detested Brigham Young, for example.
Oh.
And I tried.
And your school was named after him. I mean, eventually, right?
That is, yes.
Was it changed to BYU Idaho while you were there, or
the year after I left?
Oh my gosh!
Yes.
So
yes,
that's adding insult to injury.
Exactly.
And name your alma mater after the guy who you didn't like.
Yes, and actually, I had to go to BYU. Being a foreign student, you really don't have many choices because as far as the cost of going to school, meant like more or less I had to go to BYU.
BYU-Provo or BYU?
BYU-Provo. After Rex, I went to BYU-Provo.
Oh, because Rex was a 2-year, 3-year school.
Yes.
Okay, so you ended up going to Brigham Young University.
Yes. I did apply to University of Utah and BYU, right?
Yeah.
But the cost of going to University of Utah, being a foreign student, was going to be twice as much as BYU. And I couldn't afford that.
Yeah.
And so I knew, and I was afraid when I went to BYU, I was afraid I would be put in a situation where I'd have to confess my true feeling about Brigham Young.
Yeah.
And there was always a fear in me.
Yeah. Of course.
Yeah. So.
And just to distinguish, you said that in your second year of membership, you learned about the priesthood ban.
Exactly.
But I guess what you're saying is Brigham Young's teachings are way worse. Were way worse to you than the priesthood ban was. Can you, I mean, it's probably obvious, but can you explain why Brigham Young's teachings were too much, but the priesthood ban was a little bit more acceptable?
Yeah. And when the brother who was a professor back home, when he went through, he appealed to ancient, scriptures, the book of, the Progress Price.
Yeah.
So there was a distance there, right? And it was not as personal in that context.
Because it's talking about thousands of years ago. It's in the voice of Jesus or God.
Exactly.
It's kind of, there's a curse of whatever, and it's talking about Ham, and it's talking about Noah and Egyptus, and it doesn't feel current. I'm guessing it doesn't feel current. It doesn't. It feels it's shrouded in scriptural language and King James English. I don't know. I'm just guessing.
And they felt remote and removed from you.
Yeah.
But Brigham Young says the Negro, okay?
Yeah.
It's a very current, it's almost your contemporary, in the grand scheme of things.
Yeah.
This is someday within, a few, years from your birth.
Yeah.
He's talking about issues that are relevant to this day.
Do you remember any of his quotes that stuck in your mind?
I remember the one thing I remember the most. And I think part of the reason I remember this, because it was a 60-minute interview with, I think,
Hinckley.
Wallace.
Yeah. And Gordon Hinckley.
Where Wallace says, Brigham Young says the black man is, the African is cursed with a black skin and a flat nose.
Yeah.
So that in itself sounds so prejudiced.
Yeah.
Right? And I remember, the other thing I remember him talking about, a white person who marries from that race deserve to be put to death.
Yeah. Brigham Young said that.
Yes.
Yeah.
And I remember reading these things. I'm like, only a truly hateful person could say such things.
Yeah.
And so this is far removed from, the story of Pharaoh here, as you find in the book of Abraham and such places.
And I remember learning about the Journal of Discourses probably when I was at BYU.
Right.
And I'm going through there. I think Brigham Young has some quote about like if you find a black person and a white person having sex, you stick a javelin through them or something like that.
You kill them, yes.
Yeah, like the only forgiveness is death on the spot or something like that, right?
Exactly.
So I remember learning that as a white kid from Texas.
Yes.
I was disgusted.
It is horrifying.
Yeah.
This is the stuff you'd hear from the Grand Wizard of Ku Klux Klan.
Right.
Yes.
Yes.
Not from a prophet, the mouthpiece of God on the earth.
That your university is named after.
Exactly.
Yeah.
So it was somehow terrifying that I would have a picture of this man hanging on my wall as oracles of God.
Or a statue of him at the center of the university.
Exactly. And so it was, in some ways, you lived with these very deep, visceral contradictions.
Yeah. Yeah.
You could not exist within yourself as a self-respecting person and respect this kind of person.
Yeah.
You are universe. There's a clash, you're not coming together. There's no way you can reconcile yourself with this,
And, you had mentioned before President Gordon B. Hinckley coming to Kenya.
Yes.
2008.
Yeah.
And so you would have
1998. Sorry.
1998.
Yes.
This would have been 10 years-ish later.
Yes.
But when he was asked those questions by Mike Wallace.
Yes.
Do you remember what his answer was about Brigham Young and the racist
He
stuff?
said, that's the past. That's history. We moved on from there.
He's like, it's behind us.
Yes, behind us. And that's really, we are developing these people. I remember that quote because we are developing these people. Sound a little condescending. But
did it at the time?
Well,
because in America we'd go, we're teaching the language, we're helping them get educated. They were helping you get educated. Like, yes. I guess you could say technically Americans and or the church were developing you because you were getting your education in America. I know that sounds rude.
No,
but how did it feel to you
at the time when I was a Mormon?
Yeah.
I mean, you could excuse, when you're active Mormon, you excuse a lot of things.
Yeah.
Yeah. You say, well, but it rings as a condensation now.
Yeah.
But I don't know what I would have felt then.
Yeah.
Yes. Yeah. He says behind us. I probably accepted that too at the time.
Yeah.
Because it was, and most of it you accept in the space of your ignorance. Because I did not know then, I could not quote Brigham Young in all the things he had said. That came, after I read the discourse of Brigham Young and that kind of thing. When you read these things, then it sounds very, very, very personal,
Yeah.
But when God Hinckley came to Kenya around that time, I was still way in the church. I was an assistant to the mission president, for heaven's sake. I was in it.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay. So you are learning. Okay, yeah, I'm reading the quote now. Hinckley says to Mike Wallace, look, that was a different time. He was a man of his time. We don't look for revelation or inspiration on the subject today from Brigham Young or anyone else of that period. We condemn racism in any form today. It's contrary to the teachings of the church, and we are glad the issue is behind us. So that's what Hinckley said.
Yeah.
And so it sounds like you didn't like it, but you were like, okay.
I accept that, I accepted it because in some way, this was the current prophet. And, the fact that he was condemning racism meant a lot,
Okay. Yeah.
It meant a lot. It meant like, nobody could hide behind Brigham Young's statements.
Yeah.
Or at least while being genuine, the prophet had discouraged that behavior.
Yeah.
And so that felt good.
Okay. So do you remember what year you transferred to BYU-Provo?
I graduated from Rex. I stayed at Rex for 3 years.
Okay.
And I graduated from there in 2001.
Okay.
And so in 2001, the fall of 2001, I went to Provo.
Okay. And I think that interview with Hinckley, Mike Wallace, would have been around the time of the Olympics. So around 2002.
Yes,
Okay.
yes,
Right.
yes.
That makes sense. Okay.
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
That's bad timing.
Not a good time. Yes. So that's when I went to BYU-Provo.
Okay.
And I was, at this time, of course.
Wait, did you date at all at BYU, Idaho?
I went on dates, but I never had serious relationships, I was still so focused in my education. I mean, I had the funny thing when you are in places like Rexburg, there are girls that seek you out. And mostly, unfortunately, they are not the faithful sisters. They are usually people who come from big cities who are looking for a good time.
And you're talking about white?
Yeah, white girls.
So there are white female students at BYU, Idaho.
Yes.
At Rick's.
Yes.
Who would look for black men to date.
Yes. And they were fun people, and but they did not feel quite at home in the practices. They were not perhaps ready to be domesticated into the Mormon cage.
Right.
And so they found you. I mean, naturally, you are an outsider, and they would gravitate towards people like me, and and it was good time. They loved dancing. There was a club in town. It was called Ritrix, and you go dancing. They had hip hop, and so it was a great place to be, But I never had serious relationship at Rex College.
Okay.
Yeah, you hang out with girls, and but never anything serious.
Did you once you read Second Class Saints by Matt Harris, you learn that the big fear from Brigham Young to the present was that black men would date and marry white women.
Yeah.
Did you ever feel any concern about interracial sex and or interracial marriage while you're at BYU, Idaho?
There was only one time. There was a girl I remember, and we went out a few times, and we were kind of close. And I think one time she confided with me, and she told me she went home and showed my picture to her family, and she was upset because without knowing me, they had strongly discouraged her from going out with me. They discouraged interracial dating. But I was not in a place where I was looking for a spouse, so it did not bother me. It was like, good, we move on.
Okay.
And so I did not really care at that point. But later on, I would read about Mark Peterson feelings and teaching at BYU that, the Negro is not just trying to ride in the same cart, train with you. He's trying to marry a white woman.
Yeah.
And that stung a little bit, and kind of informed me to avoid people who felt like dating me was a favor.
Yeah.
Right. I wouldn't have dated. If I liked a girl and I met their family and they say, we discourage interracial, I think it would have been the end of it.
Yeah.
I'd say, look, I don't want you to feel you're doing me a favor. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
It seems to me like I'm trying to imagine going to another country where the university was teaching in a language that wasn't necessarily my first language and trying to succeed there, where I have no family or support system to speak of. That seems like it would be extraordinarily hard.
It was hard. I got pretty homesick after I got my first year. Was very homesick.
Yeah.
The language issue was never an issue because in Kenya, from the time you're 6 years old, you're learning English.
Oh, yeah.
And academically, our school systems are very strong academically. I'd gone to very competitive schools back home.
Wow.
And so, yeah, I never had any issues academically. I was honor roll student the whole time I was at Rex.
Yeah, I guess Americans sometimes erroneously feel like they have the best schools.
And the building, yes, and the technology, yes, they have that. But as far as intellectual bandwidth, I think a lot of people are capable. As far as intellectual capability, it's not always true that they have.
Right.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And so I felt school in America was too easy. I'm not even kidding. My first semester, I think I took 18 credit hours,
Wow.
And I was like, and the only reason I did not take more is because my buddy from Kenya said, well, you may want to have a job.
Wow.
And so I did not feel challenged by the academic part of it.
Wow.
And then when I came to BYU,
Provo.
Yes, BYU-Provo, financially, I was struggling.
Yeah.
I had run out of money.
Yeah.
That summer, I had gone with my friend to Alabama because he was selling door-to-door pest control, walk-in pest control. Yeah. So I followed him. He told me he was making $20,000 in 3 months.
Yeah.
And I said, well, this is the place to solve all my problems.
Oh, my goodness.
So we go to Alabama.
Oh, my gosh.
There's a lot I did not know. And that was an experience in and of itself, because knocking, because the kind of people who are going to buy this stuff are not the poor Black folks in the South.
Yeah.
So you're going to white neighborhoods in Alabama.
Yeah.
To say the least, I didn't succeed. I quit after 6 weeks.
I mean, I don't want to make assumptions, but I would guess that there would be a lot of white, wealthy Alabamans that didn't like Black people knocking on their door.
Actually, you'll be surprised.
Okay.
The moment you start talking to people, they realize you're a foreigner.
Oh, okay.
I think most people in the South, and this is an assumption, they may have some feeling towards local people who are Black in their community.
Okay.
But when they see you a foreigner, they treat you differently.
So in the South, in your experience, Black Africans were treated better than African Americans.
Certainly I was.
Okay.
People went to their house, got me water to drink because it was hot.
Yeah.
The only one time I went to this house and this old man came out and he was upset that I was there. And he yelled some profanity to me, told me to get off his property. That's the only time I had a bad experience.
Okay.
But I was not successful. I did not make $20,000 like my friend Jake.
Yeah.
And so I had to come back to Utah, get a job in a nursing home, try to raise the money to go to BYU. By the time the school started that fall, I had barely had any money.
Oh.
I was about to be kicked out of school because I had no money to pay for tuition. And I remember going to the administration pleading. I said, look, I need help, And the lady, she was very sympathetic with me. And she said, look, you have great grades. And I'm sorry you're in this situation. I'm going to do everything I can. I'm not promising anything, but I'll do everything I can to see how I can help you. But at the same time, I'm registered for these classes. And we're talking about immunology, microbiology. These were hard classes.
Yeah, pre-med.
Yes. And so here I am trying to focus. I don't have books to read. I'm trying to make it happen.
Yeah, you can't afford books.
Yes. And then I was very depressed. I was really, really it's probably the saddest I had been because I felt really my dream was just falling apart.
Yeah.
And if this was not going to work out, there's nowhere to go.
Yeah.
That to me was an existential, distress.
Yeah.
Could have been the end of my life.
Yeah.
And I remember I went home one time. I was so sad after the classes and nothing was happening and nobody was home. And by the way, I had found the cheapest place in South Provo to live. This guy had got a lease for an apartment and he had a nice room, but then he had 2 other rooms and we were subletting it from him.
Yeah.
I didn't have a bed. I slept on the floor and my roommate was a guy from Peru. I don't know what he did. He went in and out of the place. We slept on the floor. And so anyways, I went home. Nobody's home. I knelt down and prayed to God. I said, I'm in a very bad situation. And I'm not kidding. And before the prayer ended, the phone rings.
What?
This lady from the administration said, Joe, you'll not believe what just happened. I got a scholarship for you. It's going to pay for your books and for your tuition.
Oh my goodness.
$3,000. It was going to pay, but it was only going to be good for 1 year. So whatever I had to do, it has to finish in 1 year.
Huh.
Yes.
1 year.
1 year.
So wait, 2 years of pre-med in 1 year?
So I had 3 years at Rexburg.
Yeah, okay. So 1 year.
So I had 1 year, in which case I had to take about 8 microbiology classes because that was my major.
Yeah, okay.
Medical. So
that's a tough year.
It was a tough year.
Yeah.
I had no time. Yeah. And I had to do not just take them, I had to excel in them.
Yeah.
I also had to take MCAT somehow in the process.
Dang.
So, but once again, I had the promises of God in my patriarchal blessing. It could happen. So I went to work, and it was the busiest year. That year was probably tougher than my first 2 years of medical school.
Oh, wow. Really?
Because I had very, very busy schedule.
Yeah.
And it prepared me for medical school because I was doing difficult classes, and I had this time window in which I had to finish it,
Yeah.
And so that was BYU for me. And then now you ask about dating.
Yeah.
So my last semester, I did not get to finish in those 2 semesters. I had one class that I could not finish in that window. So I had to do an extra semester to do, I believe, a couple classes. And that extra semester, I met this girl who had traveled to Africa. She was a white girl. She was from Utah. And we met, and she was the sweetest person. And we started hanging out. She had traveled all over Africa. She had gone to Ghana, Zimbabwe, and all these places. And we started talking, and soon enough, we were hanging out all the time. And I fell in love. Yes. And we were inseparable. We went out everywhere. She didn't mind the fact that I slept on the floor. I was extremely poor. And she came from a well-to-do family, as I would discover later. I did not know that when we met. But when she invited me over to our house, they lived in one of the suburbs of Salt Lake City. And they lived in a big home. And her parents were nicest to me. They had no qualms with the fact that I was different. And we continued dating, and we decided to get married. So we were engaged, and the relationship soured eventually, mostly because of political reason. This is when George Bush decided to invade Iraq. And I had strong feelings about that. I felt, that the truth was not being told, that there would be casualties. And it seems like nobody cared what was happening to poor people, what was going to happen after the invasion. And it seems, but my fiance at the time felt like I should mind my business. I should trust the government. And I felt you can't trust these things. I felt like something was being made up. And so it became a constant back and forth to the point where the discussion became emotional, where she would cry about it. And it bothered me. I obviously didn't want to see her cry about this. And I thought, if this thing, the distant walk, could make somebody so sad, when you get married, you're going to have real problems.
Yeah.
And so eventually we broke up.
And did you say that she was white?
She was white. She was a white American.
And but that's cool. She didn't see you being black as a problem, and that her family
was
didn't see you being black as a problem.
Yeah.
I mean, that's cool.
Yeah, it was really good. Yeah. I mean, I never felt any kind of way racially with her, Yeah. I mean, of course, there was always people, my buddies, they would say something, Yeah. But race was not a big dynamic in that region. The most important dynamic in the whole thing is our socioeconomic differences.
Yeah.
In some ways, I did feel like she was coming in. I would never extricate myself from the fact that she would be my savior, more or less.
Yeah.
And I didn't know how to feel about that. I did not want a situation in which I would be seen as exploiting a relationship in order to get out of my financial quagmire. So that did play a role in my thought process.
So for a long, long time, the church taught, even in its curriculum, even as recently as a few years ago, if not still, that the general guidance was to marry within your race
Right.
and marry within your socioeconomic level.
Nah.
Did you come across those teachings that you recall or not?
Not during the relationship. There's nobody who came. I mean, in your reading, of course, at this time I had read about, the opinions, the opinions of the brethren in the past. But in our relationship, nobody ever openly came and suggested that we ought to break this up because of our race.
Right.
And definitely not because of our socioeconomics.
Okay.
But some, most people were very encouraging. You're like, well, I remember one lady, she served a mission in Kenya, her and her husband. And when I took my fiance to her house, they lived in Orem, she was very happy about this relationship. She's like, Joe, this will solve all your financial problems. And I felt a little something. It did not feel right. I did not want to be with someone to solve my financial problems.
Yeah.
Because I know that happens a lot, especially among immigrants. There are people who get married to get papers in order to solve their problem. And I did not think that was morally acceptable,
Believe it or not, I relate. I dated Senator Orrin Hatch's daughter while I was at BYU.
Right.
And neither of my parents finished college.
Right.
And I just remember thinking, I don't want to succeed because I married Orrin Hatch's daughter. I want to succeed on my own.
Yes.
And that was actually a disincentive for me personally to keep dating her. So
right.
I relate to that a little bit.
Absolutely. Yeah. You feel like if you continue with this, there will always be a catch in your head that tells you, did you honestly do this for the right reasons?
Yeah. Exactly. And I think there'd probably be a lot of people who would just assume, and this sounds terrible, oh, he's black, he's from Africa. He would love to marry into a wealthy white family.
Absolutely.
But that's not what you felt.
Yes. I'm sure a lot of people would have thought that way. And especially if you had gone through with it.
Yeah.
Right?
Yeah.
But, and actually people like mostly Kenyan that I knew, they'll say, this should be good for you. This will solve a lot of problem for you.
Yeah.
And it was all too convenient because especially when I had been accepted in the medical school.
So you got into med school?
Yes.
From BYU.
Maybe I didn't mention that. So I took the MCAT, I made it my troubles, right?
Yeah.
And I did pretty well.
Yeah.
And so I interviewed several places for medical school. Back east, mostly close to my sister. And then
Boston.
Yeah, Boston, Dartmouth and Brown and those kind of places.
Those are Ivy League.
I wanted to go. I mean, this is to me was big. I wanted to go big,
Yeah.
And then of course I also interviewed at the University of Utah. And I remember when, I believe it's Dartmouth. They said, well, we could accept you, but we have a problem. For you to come to school here, it's expensive. You need to establish you can successfully pay for your education. So I was asked to put a deposit, I think, of $50,000.
Oh my goodness!
And I'm like, if I had $50,000, my name would be Joe Buffett. And that was
Joe what?
Buffett, Warren Buffett. Son or something. I didn't have that kind of money. I'd never seen that kind of money.
Wow!
And so I knew that was not gonna work.
So you could have gone to Dartmouth.
I could have. Yes, there's no doubt. I interviewed there, and the interview went pretty well.
Yeah,
and they had a Dartmouth Brown program where you did 2 years at Dartmouth, and then the last 2 years you did at Brown.
Dang.
And so I was, I interviewed both places, and I could have, Ivane had been born in the right place. But then, so I had to give up those dreams.
Yeah.
Because I had lived in Utah. At this point, I had lived in Utah for 2 years.
Yeah.
And I thought, in-state tuition at the time, Utah was going to be $12,000. This is another gross misunderstanding of my situation. Because being a foreign student, you can never pay in-state tuition. Your tuition is always going to be double.
I didn't know that.
I didn't know either until I showed up.
Oh.
And now,
after you accepted?
Yeah, I was accepted.
Oh, okay.
And I'm like, well, I was still financially destitute, more or less.
Yeah.
I had a hard time paying for BYU.
Yeah.
Now we are talking about real money here.
Yeah.
And I remember, so you accepted sometime in the spring. So I contacted PEF, the Perpetual Education Fund, the church.
Yeah.
And I said, this is my best chance. And so I called and I talked to a guy, I never met this man. He just picked the phone and he looked he wasn't always cheerful talking to you. He said, Adarari, that was his name. He said, so I told him my situation. He told me, look, this is for undergraduate studies. Your situation is different. You are not a candidate for this loan. So I left him be. I started looking elsewhere, right? So I contacted all my friends in America, I realized you could get a private loan, but you needed to have somebody to co-sign your loans. And at the end of my list of all the people I called, and they all said no, then it was already now almost time to start medical school. I had tried the whole summer looking for, for a way to pay for my medical school.
Yeah.
And I am in a serious predicament.
Yeah.
And I remember when I went to the white coat ceremony, that's before you start medical school, they invite you to the auditorium, they put a white coat on you.
Mm-hmm.
And this would have been the happiest moment because now you made it. You're in medical school. But even as I put that white coat, I knew I hadn't found the money.
Dang.
I was terribly sad. I was really here. It's like going to the funeral to see the death of your dreams.
Yeah.
And I went out of there knowing that this maybe is the last moments for my dreams.
Oh.
So I went away and I said, I circled back to PF. I said, look, he said within a few sentences, he started winding the conversation. No, you're not a candidate. I said, I'm not going to let this guy off the phone so easy. So I said, look, and I really persuaded him. He kept quiet for a long time. He said, I'm very touched by your story. I want you to write a letter for me. Write the things you just told me. And then I'll take it to whoever director of this program. We probably can give you a one-time loan, but you cannot come back again.
Wow.
This will be it. But all I needed is $12,000. I had saved. I had worked the summer. I had, the church maximum for PF loan was going to be $10,000. I had the $2,000 extra for in-state tuition that I thought I could pay and call it good. So that went through. I paid for tuition and then started medical school.
Oh my goodness. So the church perpetual education fund financed your first year of medical school.
They gave me a loan. Yeah.
That's a miracle.
Yeah. I thought, so they gave me that PF loan and I came up with a little extra and I could afford to pay for my books because I had a great job. I was doing microbial immunology at the lab at the research park.
Oh.
And they were paying me pretty well.
Yeah.
And so I had just kept my job for the weekends, and I could afford to pay for my books. I could afford to pay for my cost of living. And I thought, that's it. My first year is taken care of.
Nice.
Until I got a notice.
Oh.
Your tuition is really twice as what you thought it would be because you're a foreign student. You have to pay twice as much. And that was really a dark day. And so the struggle continued. And that was the story of my medical school, really. It's constant struggle to trying to finance it.
Yeah.
Calling all sort of people around the country to see whether they'll co-sign my loans, And the fact that I succeeded, like the education piece was never too much to me.
Yeah.
I could do that.
Yeah.
But coming up, and every year tuition goes up. So the first year I made $24,000. The next year is 28 or in 33.
Yeah.
By the time you're coming out of medical school, it's like almost $40,000.
Yeah.
And there was a constant, perpetual struggle. And I could never go back to PF,
Yeah.
So, but I did have friends, to co-sign some of, my loans and,
Mormon friends?
Mostly Kenyans who lived in America.
Really?
Yes. And my good friend from Oregon, during my third year, because now I could no longer work. When you go to third year and fourth year medical school, you have really unpredictable schedule. So I could never work in the lab anymore. So I needed to have finance the whole year.
Yeah.
Otherwise, it was going to be difficult. So my friend from Oregon, my first roommate in America, He co-signed my loan for the whole year.
Dang.
That's like $33,000.
That's not a Kenyan guy.
No,
That's
he's a cowboy from Pennsylvania, Oregon.
Yeah.
Was like one of my best friends in America.
That's a lot of money.
That's a lot of money. And he was on the hook. If I left America, he would have to pay for the money.
Yeah.
And so that's why it's so hard to find people willing to do that.
Dang.
And so he co-signed my loan. I jumped a few details because at this point, by the third year, I'm married at that point.
Okay.
I married a lady, during the space between my second and third year. I got married 2004. But yeah.
Where was she from?
My wife, we met in Salt Lake. She was starting her undergraduate when we met. I was starting medical school. She was a refugee from Haiti. They had come to America as refugees from Haiti.
She French speaking or
French speaking? Okay. They speak French Creole, and we hit it off. And so we dated for like a year, and then in 2004, during my second year of medical school, we got married.
Was she LDS?
She was LDS. She was born into the church in Haiti.
Okay.
Yeah. And so her dad was a taxi driver in Salt Lake City.
Oh.
Her mom worked at Walmart.
They weren't helping you through med school.
No, they weren't. They were surviving like I was. But there was a certain beauty in the relationship. Like their family was a very welcoming place. Every Sunday, they would invite me to their house, give me Sunday dinner. And it was a beautiful experience. It was like, it gave me a family away from home. That's something I was really hungry for.
Yeah.
It's a certain understanding, spiritual understanding that, social understanding that I received from interacting with them.
And you met her through the church.
Yeah, we met in the valley. Yeah. And so we got married in Jordan River Temple, in 2004. And, continued with our lives.
Okay.
Yeah. And so, but it was not an easy, marriage because obviously she walks into this. And one of the most interesting things, as soon as she would get married, she believed things could easily work because their family had very many, a few Americans. I helped them a lot, and she believed all you have to do, she said, Joe, you're very stubborn. You just need to go to someone. They'll fix all this for you. I said, it's not that easy. These are big problems. And so I remember I couldn't keep out of it. And so she said, okay, just give me one chance. I'll solve your problem. I said, okay. So she went to her family. They are a family friend of theirs, and made the pitch. He's very smart. He'll pay the loan. Of course, you were sent away. So that nobody, I can't blame people for not taking that huge responsibility, financial responsibility. So then she came with me to University of Utah, to the accounting office, tried to talk to the lady there, say, well, there was, he's struggling, he's smart. You should, what can you do for him? And I remember that lady looking at my sweet bride here, young and naive wife. And she's like, oh, did you just get married? And she's like, oh, yes, this summer. Like, I'm sorry you got dragged into this mess. That's what she said to her. And I was horrified. And I said, no, you cannot be involved in this mess. This is my mess. You stay out of it, Yeah. And eventually I did, I finished medical school in 2007.
And it sounds like her family had experienced a lot of generosity.
Absolutely.
From Mormons in Utah.
Absolutely.
Because that was her expectation. You will be able to find generous Mormons that will help you.
Absolutely. So they had very, very good Mormon friends. And my father-in-law is one of the most cheerful guys you've ever met.
Yeah.
Everywhere he goes, he's surrounded by friends.
Yeah.
And so I can imagine he never had a shortage of friends.
Yeah. Yeah.
And so, but the kind of problem we're dealing with, these are huge problems, And so, we, I was surprised. I was able to come up with the money. It was like $180,000 by the time you finish medical school.
Yeah, that's wild.
And these are huge private loans you're taking.
Yeah.
The unfortunate thing during my, in medical school, you don't register your own classes. You don't go to the computer and register. So there's a secretary that puts your classes in your schedule.
Yeah.
And after I paid my tuition for the third year, I assumed they were, and I was going to school every day like everybody else, and I was getting my grades.
Yeah.
And then I get a letter like towards the end. You have not been going to school for the whole year, even though I was.
Huh.
And as a result, you are no longer here legally in this country.
Oh, your visa got canceled.
Yes. And because it had happened so long, they said, you cannot just go to the office and fix the problem. You have to leave the country.
Mm.
And I'm like, what? I thought it was a joke.
Mm.
So I went to get my transcript, walked to the international students office and said, look, there's a misunderstanding here. I have all my grades, as you can see. I've never not gone to school. I've kept the terms and the conditions of my visa. This is a misunderstanding. You need to fix it. He said, sorry, you took so long to come. I just found out. You look so, after 5 months, we cannot fix this. You need to leave the country.
Dang.
And I'm like, what? So there was a lot of heated argument about it between me and them. And finally they said, look, Joe, we cannot kick you out of the country. If you want to stay in the country illegally, we'll let you finish your school, but just know this, at some point, before you go to the next part of your journey, you have to leave the country. Mm. And that was, to me, was an opening, because I was not going to leave the country before I got my MD, you know?
Yeah.
So I stayed in the country, illegally for mysterious reason, finished my medical school degree. Huh. And then, of course, you have to apply for residency. Yeah. And so I just used my obsoleted papers to say, show me your papers, you're here legally. And I sent them the visa I had. And everything was processed as usual. It's only when I show up to my residency, they say, your papers are not good. Mm. And then I explained to them the situation. And they were upset about that. This is at the University of Florida where I did my residency. Oh. And they say, look, we're going to use our lawyers to see whether we can help you.
Whoa.
Yes. So the University of Florida, they got their lawyers involved. But they say, we can't promise you, because it's been so much time has passed. Yeah. There's a good chance you still have to leave the country to pick up your visa from a third country.
Oh, okay.
And so I was, I had no money. Yeah. At this time, we will have one kid. We already had a son. Oh. My son was born during my final year of medical school.
And did you were you on Medicaid or Medicare? Like, how did you
Well,
pay
my
for
wife worked.
Okay.
And so she worked she worked, and of course her mom and dad helped us, however they could. Yeah. And we lived in a one-room place in South Salt Lake. Uh-huh. So we could manage. She was on WIC. You know how when you get a baby, they give you eggs, whatever. Yeah. And so you can be on Medicare when you're a foreigner. Yeah. And so we couldn't be on that.
But you got food.
We got that WIC food, And so so we go to Florida. The University of Florida lawyers get involved. And after, they say, look, the chance, it will take a miracle for you not to have to leave the country. Yeah. 3 weeks later, I get a call from the department, my department of surgery. I started in general surgery. They say, well, the secretary say, hey, miracle boy, come over to the office to pick up your visa. They don't want you to leave the country.
So many miracles.
I know. And they didn't ask me to leave the country. Huh. They said, well, you went to school in 4 years like any other medical student. Yeah. Somebody made a mess. It was not your fault. Huh. And that was the resolution of a very dark phase of my life. Yeah. Because beyond this point, I was getting paid. I could support my family.
So as a resident, you get paid.
Yeah, as a resident, you get paid enough to pay your, it's enough income, Yeah. It's not, you're not paid as a doctor. Yeah. You paid a little less than a nurse, but enough that you can feed yourself, pay for a place to live. Nice. And so the rest of, life became so much easier from that point.
And did you end up, you don't have to answer this, but I would guess you had to pay back all these people that gave you loans, or?
Well, I had to pay the loans themselves. Yeah. So when I finished residency, I made it, of course, all our private loans, right? That's meaning the interest rate is crazy. Yeah. So we lived we rented little places. Uh-huh. And within 4 years, all my loans were paid off. I needed to get all of it paid off.
You paid off all those loans?
Yes, I paid $180,000 in a very short time. I had to, we paid off our loans,
Oh.
and then I knew that the albatross was gone.
Oh.
And because I needed to give people the reassurance that they will not be,
Yeah.
stuck with the money they had helped me with.
That's so wonderful. Yeah.
But I felt privileged. As hard as life had been, there were all these miraculous events that happened.
Yeah.
And I felt I was one of the luckiest people.
Yeah. Yeah. Now, I'm guessing that during all this time in med school, you didn't have a lot of time to think about your testimony. Is that right? Or did you?
Well, I, obviously, I went to church whenever occasion permitted.
Yeah. Your wife was active, right?
My wife was active. My wife, more or less, she's not a returned missionary, but she went to church. And I still, from time to time, I remember one time we lived in South Salt Lake, and I don't know what the organization was. We are sitting before church, like our church started later, and it was on TV. There was a commercial that shows Nephites fighting, like the Book of Mormon Story.
Yeah.
And I just assumed it was a church infomercial. And then at the end of the whole thing, the voice says something to the extent, it's amazing after all these battles that are waged with metal, and there's no archaeological evidence to support this Book of Mormon claims.
Huh.
And I remember that distinctly. It was on TV.
Yeah.
And so in the background, I was always trying to understand. In fact, my quest for understanding the issues that had caused the contradiction was ongoing. As little time as I had, it went on in the background.
Yeah.
It was still, as a medical student, I discovered the mistranslation of the hieroglyphics in the Book of Abraham.
Yeah.
That discovery pushed me a little further,
Yeah.
And so, I was still, I was active, but it was still that fine balance between, what the objective reality, and what you want to believe.
Now, you would have learned organic evolution in your biology classes in undergrad, even at BYU. Did you ever have to think about former church leaders' denunciation of evolution as a heresy and then reconcile that with what you were learning in your biology classes, or not?
I don't believe I spent too much time on that, but I do.
That makes sense.
Before medical school, I had to do, you have to do research. There was one memorable research lab I signed up to at BYU. It was called molecular genealogy.
Yeah.
And molecular genealogy, it was one of the most labs, usually the professor sits with you, they tell you what the objectives are, what they're trying to get to. But this was a top-notch secretive lab.
Yeah.
The professor never told you. Everything was hush-hush.
Yeah.
I would come to find out, and people would bring their specimen. I remember seeing some Native American-looking person, outside the lab, and I don't know whether I made the connection in my mind later that perhaps this was a research into the claim, perhaps, the Native American were Israelites, or, but nobody ever told me this. Yeah. But I'm like, it was called molecular genealogy. And I wondered what that was all about, because it was one of the most secretive places.
Oh.
So if there was any issue between what I was learning and the contradiction with the truth claims of the church, that would have been the only thing. And I don't think I spent too much time on it.
Okay.
Yeah.
Do you remember, does the name Joseph Sitati mean anything to you?
Yes. And in fact, he's mentioned in my book.
Okay.
Yes. Joseph Satati, he was one of the first members of the church in Kenya. So he was my first district president when I was, when I joined the church. He was.
So you knew him when you were in Kenya?
I knew Brother Sitati very well.
Okay.
Yeah, and his kids, his daughter was one of my classmates at BYU. I played with his kids. And as a missionary, I spent some time in his house, when, dinner appointment and all that. He was in the same branch, Like when he came to church, he was in the same branch, the same congregation as us.
Okay.
Yeah, during my mission.
And tell our viewers and listeners who he is and why his name matters.
Yeah, Joseph Sitati is one of the most prominent Mormon leaders in Africa. So he was one of, I believe he was the first African to be called to be a general authority.
It says the first Black African. So
the first Black African. There were white Africans from South Africa.
Yeah.
But Africans, when I say, I should specify, he was the first Black African general authority from Africa. He was Kenyan.
But he got called to the first Quorum of the 70, which is a legit general authority, not an area authority.
Not an area authority. Yeah. He was a member of the first Quorum of the 70.
Yeah.
And in fact, after my residency, he would visit me in Bismarck. He came to visit me in Bismarck with his wife. They passed by, and as part of my faith crisis, I had a discussion with him. So he'll feature down the road in our discussion.
Oh, okay.
Yes.
Well, do you remember feeling good about him being called? Seeing a Black African being called as a general authority?
Oh, yeah. It was, this is something I knew personally. So that's always exciting, The fact that, the church in Kenya was deemed to be strong enough to produce this stature of a man, was exciting to me.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right.
And so, that was, but at this point, on the other hand, I was a little bit more than a decade removed. I was living in America. So it would have been less exciting because I was gone from home for so long.
Okay.
Yeah. Okay. But it was a familiar face.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right. So you graduate from med school, you're married, you have at least one kid.
Yes.
How did your Mormon story progress?
So at this point, we moved to Florida, and so that's why I did my residency.
Surgery.
I started in general surgery, and then in my second year, I moved to anesthesiology.
Okay.
I am an anesthesiologist.
Okay.
Yeah. So I was always trying. I would always think of all the things that had happened to me. I felt it would be a great act of ingratitude in some ways.
Yeah.
To walk away from the church.
Well, that's exactly how I was going to set it up, but I didn't want to load the question. But like, we've spent now 2.5 hours.
Yes.
And it's like miracle after miracle after miracle after miracle.
Yes.
All connected to the church.
Yes.
And to white people.
Yes.
And the Utahns and in America.
Yes.
And now you're now you're set to be a wealthy doctor in America. Now, of course, you did the work.
Yes.
And you went to good schools in Kenya that weren't Mormon schools. So, I mean, I guess you can't credit the church with how well you did in school. That would be your African education and your upbringing.
Right.
But still, all those people that gave you loans and the family and your wife and the community.
Yes. It was very hard to leave, for me. And then, of course,
leave what?
To leave the church.
Well, wait, you didn't leave right after med school, did you?
No, I didn't.
Okay.
It was impossible for me to take, in spite of what I knew and the contradictions I thought existed.
Yeah.
And had it been anything other than very personal things, like the issue, there's no way you can appraise racial questions in a gentle way.
Yeah.
It feels deeply visceral to you. It's deeply, the things that were said were deeply offensive. But then my experiences were so profoundly powerful that you could not just walk away.
Yeah.
I felt like, I was in this situation where I could not just leave. I had, in addition to the spiritual experience I had, the most importantly is that burning in the bosom.
Yeah.
Because I still felt that. If it was just good people being nice to you, you could say, well, they're good Catholic, they're good Muslim, they do a lot of good in the world.
Yeah.
If it's about having a good education, there are a lot of Kenyans who come to America who are Normans who become doctors, right?
Yeah.
So those things you can discredit easily.
Okay.
The one thing you cannot walk away from is the burning in the bosom. Because that to me, man, there's this divine connection between you and somebody who tells you, yeah, this book is divine truth.
Yeah,
you know?
Absolutely. Yeah.
That this is the only true church.
Absolutely.
You can walk away from anything else.
Yeah.
But that one you could not walk away from.
Okay.
And so when I was in Florida, I think halfway through my time in Florida, I was called to be the second counselor to the elders quorum president in my ward. And as such, so my elders quorum president was a young guy. We would bike together. He was a good friend of mine. And I remember one time we would meet, he was a PhD student. So we go out whenever we had time to go see members, try to activate people. And one of the person we had to reactivate was this guy and his wife who were going through a faith crisis.
Oh.
And, we left and went home. And I thought, I really want to talk to this guy more. I need to. So I invited the couple to our house. And I told Vicky, my wife, what these people were going through. And he said, yeah, we should talk to them. Because we were, we secretly, we were going through the same thing. We knew these things, right?
Oh, yeah.
But they were a lot more vocal than we were. They were both American, and Americans tend to be more vocal about their discontent.
Yeah.
So they came over, and I remember discussing. They said, well, they went through all the truth claims that they discredit, especially the wife. He said, I feel like I was lied to. I was told that the Book of Mormon was written by Native Americans who came from Israel.
Mm-hmm.
There's absolutely no evidence that any Native American tribe is Semitic.
Yeah.
And she's also a doctor. She's a smart lady. And then she went through the priesthood. She said, and then she turned to us. She said, I don't know what I would say, like the things I read about church leaders saying about Black people. I'm amazed that you can stand it. Either you don't know it or you have something that I could never have.
Whoa.
And it was,
direct.
It's a direct.
Yeah.
And I admired her for her courage.
Yeah.
Because I felt these things. She was not telling me anything I did not know.
Oh, wow.
Yes, okay. I knew just about all those things.
Yeah.
I knew about the mistranslation of the hieroglyphic, all those things she went through. There was a whole laundry list of things.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
But she was not sitting in action. Like I was sitting in this place. I was waiting for fate to resolve the questions for me, more or less.
Yeah.
I had acquired the knowledge, but it just sat in me.
Yeah. Yeah.
And so I by the time I left Florida, I knew I needed to do something.
And around what year was this again?
I left Florida in 2011.
But when you had this conversation with this couple?
It would have been in 2009, 2010.
Okay. Mm-hmm. So I'm trying to think about where the Mormon internet was in 2009, 2010. Mm-hmm. So Mormon Stories had been started at that point, but it hadn't. I was in grad school.
Yeah.
So I had paused it.
Yeah.
Mormon Think was out, the website Mormon Think, but the CES letter had not come out.
No.
The Gospel Topics Essays had not come out.
Right.
And there was not widespread knowledge
of these issues
about the long list of church issues. It would have been very hard for someone to learn those issues, let alone talk about them. So this was kind of rare that you would have found someone like this.
Yes, she absolutely knew. I had, and I remember writing in my diary, my journal.
Yeah.
After this meeting.
Yeah.
And the fact that she was very fluent on these issues.
Yeah.
And now, to me, the question I had, why would you care? She was blonde hair, blue-eyed person.
Yeah.
Like, in the first place, this is not your fight.
Yeah.
That's what I thought.
The racist stuff.
Yeah. I mean, I did not feel like it had anything. She could have sit comfortably in the church.
Yeah.
And not be bothered.
Yeah.
And of course, until I met her mom, I think her parents came from South America somewhere. They were darker people.
Okay.
And so I assumed that was a bridge, But even then, it kind of puzzled me that she get.
Yeah.
But she was very fluent in these issues.
Yeah. Wow.
And she talked about it, And as I said, the issue of race and priest, the denial of priesthood, to me, that was nothing new to me.
Yeah.
I knew quite a bit about the Book of Abraham mistranslation. I knew that as a medical student, right? And those sort of issues were not new to me. And when she brought it up, I was I think I felt a certain way when she said, well, I'm surprised that you sit comfortably, in spite of knowing this. Yeah. And the book, what's his name? There was a book written about Joseph Smith.
Grant Palmer?
Rough Stone Roaring.
By Richard Bushman.
Yeah, that was already out.
Yeah, that was out.
And I had read it.
That's
and
right.
I think,
that was out.
Yes. And so anybody who had read that book, it kind of mentioned something about the character, the polygamy issues,
But it was written to help people stay believing in the church.
Yes. Yeah. But it also kind of whet your appetite. If you really want to go, if for a person who is reflective, you have read this and you think, there's more to it, right? And so you could have read, there was plenty of platform.
Yeah.
And there's a lady named Fawn Brody or something.
Fawn Brody. No man.
I remember.
No man knows my history.
Yes. I read that book too.
Oh, okay.
Yes.
Well, that's a problem.
Yes. So reading these sort of things brought a certain worldview that would not have existed if you just focus on Mormon approved literature.
Oh, that's the book that took me and Margie out of the church in 2001. Yeah. I mean, didn't take us out of the church. We lost our Orthodox belief at that point.
It got you on the journey, yeah. And I remember I read it around that time.
Yeah.
And so there were the thing is, once you start going on this path, this is snowballs. You get more and more evidence of what you're looking for.
Yeah.
And so by the time I finished my residency to move to, of course, when I was finishing my residency, I was still on an H-1B visa.
Yeah.
And so I needed to go to a medically underserved community. I could not just pick up and go to Salt Lake City, for example. I had to go to some rural America somewhere.
Yeah.
So it was either Mississippi or North Dakota. So signed up to move to North Dakota. I felt I understood the American West well enough, So we moved to North Dakota.
Okay.
And so that was at the end of 2011.
Okay.
And at this point, I had a lot more time to do more homework.
Yeah.
And there's something that happens to you when you get children.
Yeah.
You know, they start asking questions, or sometimes people treat them a certain way. And then you feel, like you can live with your own doubt. But if something happened to your kid, it's different.
Or mistreatment.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Or like you feel like somebody think these kids are special, this one is not.
Yeah.
Either with their body language or the little things they do.
Yeah.
And so that kind of gets you going.
Okay.
Yeah.
So how did your Mormonism progress in North Dakota as a doctor, as a physician?
As a doctor now, I had a lot of more space. I had a lot of freedom. I had a lot more space. I no longer was weighed down by the distraction of survival.
Yeah.
Because there's a lot of survival thing the previous 10 years.
Yeah.
I was barely surviving.
Yeah.
Now the weight is off my shoulder. I can take time to do a lot of study.
Yeah.
And you would also remember, the end of 2011 into 2012, there's a huge thing happening in the political arena.
Yeah, that's Mitt Romney.
Obama.
Yeah, and Obama. Yeah.
And
Obama was elected in 2008.
Yeah, so this is his second term.
He was running against John McCain in 2008. In 2012, he was running against Mitt Romney.
Exactly.
Yeah.
This is rural America, very conservative, very Republican people. And you'd walk in church and you hear some comment, you need to send him to Kenya, those sort of things.
Oh, wait a minute.
Yes.
So Obama was his dad was Kenyan.
Yes.
Which you were Kenyan.
Yes.
And then I think even Donald Trump at the time, not to get political, but at the time, people were questioning whether Obama was born in Kenya, your country,
yes,
versus the United States.
Yes. So it was hard for people to say a mean thing about this Kenyan without taking it personal.
In front of you.
And people here, they are now, obviously the extreme right of the right.
Yeah.
And so there were commentary, there were a lot of polemics. There were, and people that were, in church would be couched as, religious discussion.
Yeah.
About, such thing as, the gospel, especially the run up towards the election. There's this belief that somehow the socialists had introduced this abhorrent thing to America.
Obamacare.
Yeah, Obamacare. And everything about Obama was horrible.
Yeah.
Was abhorrent in the views of these people.
Yeah.
And here was a brethren of the priesthood who would save the nation from the brink.
This is the whole white horse prophecy that Mitt Romney, that a Mormon would save the Constitution as it hung by a thread.
Yes.
And people believe Mitt Romney was the fulfillment. Mormons believe that Mitt Romney might be the fulfillment of the white horse prophecy.
Exactly. And you heard a lot of this, in church setting, people had views about, this. And it's one thing. People have a right to believe whatever they will.
Yeah.
But people don't always articulate their political opinion in polite ways.
No, I remember people saying that Obama was of Satan, like politically, not even religiously. They would say Obama was of the devil or something like that.
Absolutely. There are a lot of things that were said. And, people, term like microaggression didn't exist then. At least I didn't know them.
Yeah.
But there was a very toxic environment going to church. Yeah. I did not feel very comfortable.
Really?
It was not a very comfortable environment.
And probably most members were for Romney.
Overwhelming.
Okay.
Overwhelming.
And then you would see in Obama a black man and a man of Kenyan descent.
Yes, absolutely.
So did you feel torn about do I support Romney? Do I support Obama? Would you have felt?
Well, I absolutely, that was a thing in my, I think our introduction to Obama, of course, happened during that convention in, I think, 2004, when he gave that, Democrat DNC speech.
Yeah.
And absolutely, he was, electrifying.
Yeah.
And I remember going out reading his memoir. I think it was called Dreams of My Father or something like that.
Yep.
And I was in love with the guy. I love the man.
Yeah.
There's no question about it.
Uh-huh.
But I cannot say I had any negative feeling towards Mitt Romney. Yeah. I thought he was a remarkable guy.
Yeah.
And so it was like, it's either, this brotherhood of blood and brotherhood of the sacrament,
Yeah.
And so for me, I think how I settled the issue, I felt like, I've always felt like, there was a lot more in common between me and Obama.
Yeah.
At least in the political arena.
Yeah.
Right. And presidents are political. They are not bishops. And so as far as how I resolved that, I think I loved Obama.
Yeah.
Undoubtedly.
Yeah.
And it hurt my feelings, and maybe I'm being, a snowflake, whatever. The fact that when I heard these people say certain things, because it's some critics of politicians, you cannot say certain things without offending a whole class of people.
Yeah.
Because it's not just about the person, it's about any person who come from the same background.
Yeah.
And so that was hard. And then, of course, at the same time, I guess when Mitt Romney lost, you'd have thought some horrible cataclysm had happened, In
the church, you're saying?
Yeah,
or in South Dakota?
In the church. I mean, generally in the church, because that's how, that's with whom I was interacting. There was a certain sadness, some proclamation where people felt, the nation had chosen the devil over,
Yeah.
And so that kind of pushes you, because church is about fellowship. And if you feel there's no fellowship with the people, it's so much easier to find salvation elsewhere.
Yeah. Yeah.
And so I think it's possible I would still have walked away from the church.
Yeah.
But it was less likely to happen if I had lived in Kenya, where I did not have these, I was put off to the side, where
Right.
I did not feel fully a member of the congregation,
Oh,
you know.
okay.
And so that kind of, in a way, that was a strong push for me to keep asking myself, resolving the conundrum between objective facts that I knew
Yeah.
and my beliefs, my continuing participation in the church.
Yeah.
But I continued to be faithful. I really had the question of the burning in the bosom.
Yeah.
I was never going to walk away from that.
Yeah.
God had talked to me, and I
Yeah.
was not going to,
Yep.
he had come through for me so many times.
Yeah.
And if it meant I had to go through this, I was going to stay.
Yeah.
And I continued, I suppose, even through, I think in 2014, the political situation got worse, which the worsening of the national political situation nationally, that is always reflected in the fellowship in the church.
Yeah.
Because as the single person who doesn't share the belief, people feel more and more, they're in an echo chamber. They are more emboldened to say things that are more and more uncomfortable.
Yeah.
And at some point, I remember watching Cleveland Bundy. He was like a Tea Party guy. He was a Mormon high priest.
Yeah.
Saying some really racist thing on TV. Like he said, the Negro would be better off to stay a slave.
Oh, man.
That's really the things he's saying. And I thought, this is my brother in the priesthood.
Yeah.
And it's a little embarrassing as a human being to find yourself repeatedly walking into these things. And then I say to my wife, look, we believe in the church, but we don't believe in this social environment. So we quit going to church. We say we're going to have home church.
Well, Bundy was probably just quoting Brigham Young, right?
Most likely. I mean, his beliefs were not far removed from historical Mormon position.
Yeah.
He could have been quoting Ezra Taft Benson, who went about the country saying that civil rights movement was a Trojan horse for communism.
Yes.
Right?
Yes.
So he could have been, he was not off base. He had, he had a framework for him to say these things.
Yeah.
And there was supported doctrinally in the church.
Yeah.
And so we felt like, I wasn't ready to, I was not happy in the environment.
Yeah.
I needed to move out of this context.
Yeah.
And so I said, well, I'll tell you what. I remember way back when I blessed my own sacrament, I had my own congregation when I was, I can have a church, right? Now I have you. We have now this time we have 2 kids. No, we had a third baby. We had 3 kids at this time. We said we're going to have our own church at home. So we stopped going to church.
Oh wow!
Oh yes, we still read from church manuals.
Yeah,
we taught our kids from home. We woke up every Sunday dressed up.
Yeah.
And then when tithing came, I got enough envelope to send my tithing to church and offerings.
Wow.
But then there was going to be a problem with this arrangement,
Well, yeah, because the church doesn't like people doing that. That's why I was surprised when I heard you could give yourself the sacrament
back home.
Because my memory is you had to have bishop's approval to ever bless a sacrament outside of sacrament meeting.
Exactly.
Yeah.
But back in Kenya, it was different.
Yeah.
In America, the church was down the road from me.
You weren't even endowed as a missionary.
No.
Yeah.
So now here I am in Bismarck, having home church, and the boys were very happy. We have 3 sons. And they were absolutely happy. They didn't like church.
Yeah.
And so, but then the problem came in 2015 because my firstborn was turning 8.
Yeah.
Now, what are you going to do? You can't baptize him at home.
Yeah.
And so,
I mean, you could,
but I wouldn't count. So Vicky and I said, well, we have to go to church. We have to, I still believe baptism was essential for his well-being.
Yeah.
And I did not want him to be my spiritual hostage.
Yeah.
And so we say, well, we dressed up, I believe in January of 2014. We went to the ward, and the moment we came back, people, were friendly enough, and then the bishop said, I need to meet with you, and the bishop said, I realize you have genuine, sincere questions. We're going to have arrangement every Sunday after church. You and I will sit down and you can ask me any question you wish.
Had you tried to talk to a bishop or stake president before
I
that
had
time?
always tried.
Oh,
From the time I remember, the first time I brought the issue was when I was a medical student here in the
Yeah.
Valley, in
Yeah.
Utah. And there's, well, this is the past. Don't worry.
like
That's how I
Hinckley,
went.
Like Hinckley.
Yes.
Yeah.
But now the bishop realized he was serious. I had left the church for quite some time.
Yeah.
And he said he would like to discuss these issues. And there was no topic out of bounds.
Oh, wow.
I could talk to him, he said.
Okay.
And no, I was very emboldened. And I felt like for my own sake, I had to be candid and honest. And I remember I went all over this issue, one by one,
Did you just say you were important?
Yeah.
Because you were
these issues were important.
Oh, the issues were important.
Yes, because I felt like it was very important to me. Because in the sense,
Okay.
it's not just an issue you could brush off. It had kicked,
Of course.
Yes. So I felt this was important.
Did you feel like the bishop felt like you were an important person?
I mean, yeah, they treat me with respect.
Yeah. Okay.
I feel, at least as a human being, I thought.
Okay.
Yeah.
Good. Okay. So you talked to him about which issues?
But first of all, foremost, theological racism, to me, that was always going to be the starting point.
Yeah. Okay.
I say, it did not make sense to me that for 130 years, we preached the Black people who are unworthy, regardless of their choices.
Yeah.
Could not be ordained to the priesthood.
Yeah.
And they were unworthy of being. And then he said, well, look, Joe, as long as the kingdom of God has been on the earth, even back in the old days, only the Levites could have the priesthood.
Yeah.
Because that's the argument. I said, well, but that's different in the sense, like, that's having a chosen group.
Yeah.
But this is a person unchosen. This is a group unchosen not to receive something. And that's a different. This is
it's based on skin color.
Exactly.
Yeah.
And so it went on, and I brought every issue, the hieroglyphic translation. I brought all these issues.
So you brought up the book of Abraham.
Abraham, yes.
Okay.
And I was going to lay it all out there on the table for him to go through.
Yeah.
And we went through this. And then eventually he couldn't answer my questions. And he said, okay, I'm going to, he called my bluff more or less. He said, look, Joe, are you now telling me if you knew the issues you know today, the day before you were baptized, are you telling me you'll not join the church?
Yeah.
And for the first time, the discussion had always been theoretical, academic, right?
Yeah.
But really, he's pretty much telling me, either you put up or you shut up, more or less.
Yeah.
Because if you are going to argue this point, there has to be a logical conclusion to your questions.
Yeah.
What are you going to do about it?
Yeah.
And I remember it just stung. It's just like, are you now telling me you will not join the church if you knew these things? And I had to look deep within myself, and I remember. And I said, well, and I went over the issue if I knew that the Lord had said we were cursed, if I knew that the descendants of Nephi were not true Israelites, if I knew that Joseph Smith had made up the translation of the book of Abraham, no, I wouldn't have joined the church.
You wouldn't have?
I told him, no, I wouldn't have.
Because that makes him a false prophet?
Well, because all those things, you'd have to walk over a mountain of falsehood in order for you to say, I know this to be true.
Yeah.
So I told him I wouldn't have joined the church.
Oh, yeah.
But even when I say that, there was always a catching within yourself, because it's that warm burning in the bosom you have to make sense with, because I still had that burning in the bosom question in my head to make sense of.
Yeah.
And, when I said I wouldn't have joined the church, he pretty much said, well, I don't know how I can help you.
Yeah.
You just need to continue reading and praying and fasting.
Yeah.
I realize your son is now the age of accountability. I'm not going to keep you from baptizing him, but if you want, I can find a worthy brother to baptize your son.
Meaning you were unworthy.
More or less. It's a polite way of saying this.
Yeah.
But I thought, that would be a surrender.
Yeah.
And I'm not into surrendering. And I thought, I said, let me go think about it. And I found a workaround. I said, if I took my son to Kenya, I baptized him in the same building I was, but at least it will serve the purpose of connecting me at least
Yeah.
my journey with his journey, right?
Yeah.
And that's what I decided. I said, well, could you interview him, make sure he's worthy, and I'll fly to Kenya and baptize him. And he said, well, that's okay with me.
So he wouldn't have let you baptize your son in South Dakota, but he would let you baptize your son in Kenya?
No, he said he would not stop me from baptizing.
Okay.
He said, if you want to baptize your son, I will not stop you from doing it.
Okay.
But if you don't feel, but I can also find out a worthy brother to
Got
do
it.
Right.
Okay.
And so he gave me permission. I could go to Kenya. And so
you were more willing to baptize your son in Kenya because
I wanted to baptize in Kenya.
Because it had a connection to you.
Yeah, it had a historical meaning to me.
But you still didn't believe necessarily it was God's baptism, or did you?
I still hadn't resolved the fundamental conundrum, which is that burning. If there was no burning anyway in any bosom, this problem might have been resolved a long time ago.
Yeah,
I still believe that it was necessary for his well-being to be baptized.
Yeah.
But I still did not know how he would ever cross this chasm between fact, and practice.
Yeah,
and so. But something happened just before we went to Kenya. This, I believe, was like in June when he got permission. He turned 18 January. He was still not baptized.
Yeah.
And of course, he could not go to Kenya until summertime because of school. But before we left, sometime in July of that year, I get a call out of nowhere. And guess who's on the phone? Hello, this is Eldest Joseph Sitati.
That's the guy we just talked about.
Yes.
The Kenyan General Authority.
Yes, he was still a member of the first quorum of the 70.
Okay.
I am coming through Montana. I'll pass through North Dakota.
Whoa.
Do you mind if I stay over to in your house?
Whoa.
I'm like, great, I would love to. Now my questions would have a real answer,
Yeah.
And I thought, I was going to ask this question to him. This guy has, he has access to the highest quorums of the church, probably the most hidden doctrines, whatever.
Yeah.
And so I thought, yes, if you want to stay, he said, could I stay over there overnight? I said, you can stay for a week. So they drive over to our house. And of course, eventually I have a chance to sit with him, just him and I. I said, Brother Sitati, I've been going through a lot of struggles, and it's something to do with some questions, gospel questions. Oh, bring it on, And I say, when one after, the races send me this, in the doctrine. He said, well, you should bless those who curse you. That's pretty, he said, the curse, the history of the curse. He said, Jesus said, you must bless those who curse you.
Oh, So basically turn the other cheek.
Yes.
And bless the white Mormon leaders that cursed you.
Yes. He said, you should bless those who curse you.
That's a weird turn on that teaching.
Yeah. And it was like, for him, it was so easy. It was as easy as breathing.
Wow. And it's scriptural.
Yes.
And Jesus said it.
Jesus said it. And he said, Joe, I think you get carried away with the wrong questions here. You should bless those who curse you, And now,
wow.
So I say, okay.
Never heard that before.
Yes. And he said, but I was not going to let it go. I had more questions.
Okay.
I said, so Brother Sitati, this also, I'm glad, this is question about the Native American not being descendant of Israelites.
In the Book of Mormon.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And I say, you say all of them? I say, yeah, all of them. From Alaska to Argentina, there's no a shred of evidence that that's true.
Yeah.
We have technology today, molecular genealogy. You can find out on specific locations on your genetics where your ancestors came from.
Yeah.
No one among them come from the Middle East. I'm not even saying they're not Jewish. I'm saying they're not Middle Eastern whatsoever.
Yeah.
We know they come from, Eurasia.
Yeah.
And he said, well, I have to look at that, He said,
he hadn't heard of that?
Yeah, he said, I've never heard of that.
Huh.
And I said, okay, that's fine. What about this translation on the hieroglyphic in the Book of Abraham?
Mm.
And then I explained that. He said, I have to look at that too.
He hadn't heard of that.
Yes, at least that's how he came across.
Interesting. And this is 2015, so 10 years ago. By this point, CES letter had come out.
Yep.
I had been excommunicated
right.
for sharing a lot of podcasts about these topics.
Right.
And most importantly, the Gospel Topics essays that come out.
Right.
That included one on the Book of Abraham.
Yes.
And there was one on race and the priesthood. Now, had you read the Gospel Topics essay on race and the priesthood?
I did.
Really quickly, how did you experience that when you read it?
Well, to me, it came across as the explanations I had always received previously.
Yeah.
It's a nice way to shift your focus. It's a way of, reframing the question. You say, well, mistakes may have been made, but it does not distract from the fundamental truthfulness of this gospel.
Right.
So I did not take it. I did not feel, I was not persuaded. I felt like it did not answer the fundamental question. They went around the topic, but they did not address.
It seems like it said something like, we don't know why God did it. So basically blamed it on God.
Right.
And then it said these men, these prophets like Brigham Young were products of their time.
Right.
And that it wasn't doctrine, it was policy. That's my memory of.
Yeah, I would have to agree. That's more or less. And I felt like, to me, it was not answering the fundamental question here. If you're going to claim that the prophet is a mouthpiece of God on the earth, you do not have the luxury to then say this is a product of his time.
Yeah.
Because, well, God has no time.
Yeah.
God has to stay ahead of the times.
God's eternal.
Right?
Yeah.
Yes.
It doesn't change.
So you cannot have that. You don't get the luxury to say those things.
Yeah.
You have to address the issue. You cannot walk around the issue.
Yeah.
So either, and then of course, it did not address, you remember, and I'm sure I remember reading about a guy named Lowry Nelson.
Yeah, Lowry Nelson's a legend. Yeah.
Yes. And I remember reading his correspondence with the first presidency.
From the late 1940s.
1940s.
Yeah.
He was a professor of sociology. He had very good understanding of the nature of race, right? He had interaction with intelligent Black people.
Yeah.
And his main point of contention is, you're telling me these brilliant people are less than any white person, however low you find him, on the basis of color.
Yeah.
And I remember one of the things that stood out in that whole interaction was the fact that the brethren say, these are not just a matter of, policy, right?
Yeah.
This is something to do, it's the word of God, more or less.
No. I mean, yeah, if I remember right, and this is all covered in Matt Harris's Second Class Saints book and on our 17-part series with Matt Harris.
Yeah.
We have a full episode, I think, on Lowry Nelson. We'll include it in the show notes. Very important essay. If I'm remembering right, I think he was an expert of Cuba.
Yeah.
Or someone else was?
There was a friend of his.
Okay, a friend of his.
Wanted to open a branch of church in Cuba.
Right.
And he sent Lowry Nelson a letter, say, are there groups of pure white who don't have any intermingling with the Negro?
Where can we find the white people in Cuba so we can only baptize the white Cubans?
Yeah, and Lowry Nelson more or less said that would be a great disservice to that community. And he disagrees with this.
And there's no such thing as no one having a drop of African blood.
Exactly.
Like he knows that in the late 1940s, the Brigham Young's one drop rule, that you can't baptize anybody that has at least even one drop of African blood.
Yes.
He's like, that's all of us. We all have at least one drop of African blood, right?
Yes,
because humans descend from Africa.
Right.
And Lowry Nelson knows this in the 1940s.
Yes.
Right.
And the beauty of it is, if he forces the first presidency to say very categorical things about the policy.
He puts them on notice. Yes. And he educates the first presidency.
Exactly.
And David O. McKay was president by this point, right?
Yes. And he says, the first president, to me, that thing that stood out to me the most is like the first president more or less says, this is not just a thing we came up with.
Yeah.
It come from God.
Yeah.
So even though later we would say, this is human policies.
Yeah.
But that's not really what you get from the interaction of Lowry Nelson with the David O. McKay first presidency.
No, in fact, the David O. McKay issued a commission to study it. he ignored the results of the commission, and he signed a first presidency statement affirming that the priesthood ban was doctrinal,
Right.
and it was signed by the first presidency.
Yeah.
So you can't have the first presidency sign a statement saying it's doctrinal, and then in 2015 come out with an essay that says it was just opinion.
Exactly.
I don't think.
Yeah, there's a huge disconnect,
Yeah,
and that's why, that, race and priesthood, essay would not have tried. It came across as being disingenuous.
Yeah.
The only way you can come up with those conclusions is by picking and choosing, cherry picking the evidence.
Yeah.
And then choosing what stands your position best.
Yeah.
And so
ultimately blaming God for it.
Yes.
Basically saying, we don't know why God did it.
Yes.
But God was racist, I guess.
Absolutely. He has now woken up to reality. That's really, very difficult.
Interesting.
Yes.
So you're talking to Joseph Satati about that.
Yes.
Yeah.
And so he takes my, he said, well, some of these questions, I need to go study them out. And I was saying,
can I just say it's mind-blowing that he's a general authority. He's African.
Right.
It's 2015. The gospel topics essays are out, and he's not prepared to answer your questions?
And you can understand why, right? Like when you're in the church, like when I was in the church, whenever I received, as a missionary, for example, when you received a question or an issue that did not stand the church in good light, you found a way to deflect it, right?
Yeah.
Because really you're fully in it. Your job is to make the church look good all the time.
Yeah.
And so I can see why, it was a there was a guy who was a congressman from Illinois way back when, and he says, if a man is paid not to understand something, you can never get him to understand it.
Yeah.
And that's really what it comes down to. He would not have understood this, just like any other general authority.
Okay. Yes, all that's true. And that's the human, that's the fair, reasonable, compassionate perspective on why he wouldn't understand it.
Yeah.
There's another perspective that I think is reasonable.
Yeah.
What does general authority mean? General authority means you have the authority to speak generally for the church. So not to blame this guy, not to blame, obviously, Joseph Sitati.
Right.
But you would think that the church would, especially after it's released the gospel topics essays, it would sit all the, quote, general authorities down and say, you represent the church.
Right.
Let's educate you about all these things.
All these questions.
So the official, the questions you're going to get, the official answer, and you can represent the church as a general authority, right?
I would agree.
And I don't mean to be mean or unkind.
No, it is true.
Yeah.
That you ought to be the most fluent in these matters.
Yes.
Nobody ought to be ahead of you.
No.
But it's generally true, like most general authorities. They are pretty coy in controversial topics.
Yeah.
They'll find a way to walk around it.
Yeah.
I think that's the first, training they get, how to avoid controversies.
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yeah. So, he takes my email and then and he said, I'm going to go look up these topics. And when I get to, conclusive evidence, I will send you an email.
Okay.
That's 10 years ago. I'm waiting.
Oh my goodness. So you never got an email from him?
Yeah, he got busy. But
no, but he's from important. Kenya. You're from Kenya.
I have never heard from him.
That's like Jeremy Reynolds. He writes the CES letter to the CS instructor, and he never gets a letter back.
I never, ever have heard from him.
If I were a Kenyan general authority, I would take the question of a fellow Kenyan Latter-day Saint who was a doctor. I would take that very personally, and I would make sure, I would like to think, and I'm not shaming him,
right?
Because I think I can get why he would feel uncomfortable or want to forget that this exchange happened. But I would think that I would feel especially desirous to answer the question of a fellow Kenyan physician who came to me feeling confused. So
you'd
I'm
think so.
surprised.
Yes,
you
you'd
never
think
heard
so.
from him.
I'm yet to hear. Maybe he's still working on the questions.
Is he still a general authority
No,
as far
I
as you
think
know?
he's emeritus. now.
Okay,
Yeah.
he's no longer.
Yeah, he's the retired, I think.
Okay. Well, I don't mean to pick on him.
No, absolutely. I understand.
Yeah.
But, it's an important topic. And I would think you would have, I expected to hear at least, these, at the very least to hear these are not important questions. You need to focus your efforts elsewhere. But I never heard any of that. So that is, that was in 2015.
Oh.
And then at this point, I'm still it's one thing initially, even knowledge has levels to it, right? So when you first read about even race and priesthood, you know very little. You have a superficial knowledge.
Yeah.
But over time, the whole structure of knowledge gets very wide. And so now I'm having to balance something. I'm like carrying this thing. Intellectually, I think I had left the church. I'm only holding on the basis of my experiences. I think the last straw for me was during the April conference in 2016.
Okay.
That's when the church I gave an ultimatum. You could not baptize the children of gay people.
Okay, so it was November 2015 where the policy came out.
Yes.
And then a couple months later, President Nelson had just passed away, would have made some statement at BYU, Hawaii, I think.
Yes.
That it was doctrine.
Right.
And so it comes up in April of 2016.
Yes. So around that period, to the end of 2015, early 2016.
Yeah.
And it just returned me back to Larry Nelson. I thought, this person was brave enough to fight for people who were not him.
Yeah.
Like he took an issue.
He was white.
Yeah, he was a white man.
He was fighting for black people.
Feeling
Africans.
very deeply about black people.
Yeah, yeah.
And I thought, I'm not gay, but really, is it just for you to say children, little innocent children?
Yeah.
We have always preached children are responsible for the sins of their father. If you see homosexuality as a sin.
Yeah.
But now we have gone that far to say, well, these kids, they're culpable for this crime of their parents.
Yeah.
And it struck me because of where I was at the time. It struck me as it was difficult for me to process that. I felt like we had moved way past this sort of general declaration that were heartless. And I think at that point, I realized this whole project was not going to work. So I had to find my spiritual fulfillment elsewhere, And of course, this is just, this was just the tip of the iceberg. But at this point, I was done with the church.
Oh. Had you concluded by this point in 2016 that maybe being gay wasn't bad or sinful or not?
I had gay friends during medical school residency. One of my best friends in medical school, she was a Utah girl that was married to a woman.
What?
She
really?
was, yes. Yeah. She grew up, sweet. She was one of the genuinely kind people. And I remember saying, well, her name was Joe too. And I remember talking to Joe and I say, when did you decide you were gay? And she was educating me a lot.
She's like, when did you decide you were black?
I know. And she was very kind to a person who was rather ignorant in a lot of things, And, that's not the first time I knew about homosexuality, obviously. But she told me how she had grown up in the church and the struggle she had about who she was deep down herself.
Yeah.
And, I could never take it for granted. So I had a context to put the gay fight, right?
Yeah.
I could always have joy in my mind, right? And so I, in a deep way, I did not feel that was right.
Yeah.
And I don't know whether I was gay friendly the way I would, like a person who has grown up with gay people would be.
Yeah.
But at the very least, it struck me as peculiarly unusual that the church would come up with a policy to punish innocent children.
Yeah.
Who are children of gay people. Whatever you felt about gay people,
Yeah.
children were out of question. You could not touch them.
Yeah.
Right?
Yeah.
And so I'm not going to pretend I was fully, aware of issues of sexuality and all. But I knew that it was peculiarly wrong to punish children for whatever you felt their parents were doing.
Yeah.
And so, because, you thought, there have been all sort of, bad people in the church, right? There were militiamen who did awful things. You never at one point said the children of these people cannot be baptized.
Yeah.
And so it struck me as, and maybe that was just the tip of the iceberg, considering what else I had been going through for many years. So at this point, it was like the last straw, and I was done.
Yeah, I guess you would be particularly sensitive to exclusion.
Absolutely. Yes, because that's really the issue that had dragged me this far.
Yeah.
And so it just struck me as it felt very viscerally wrong.
Yeah.
And I stopped wearing my temple garment, that spring. And it took a while before we decided we were done with the church.
Yeah.
It was not until 2017 that we wrote a letter to the church to remove our names from the records.
Oh, wow.
Yes.
So why did you take that extra step to resign from the church? Why not just leave your names on the rolls?
Because I felt that was cowardly. It felt like a half measure. If you're going to do something, you needed to do it properly.
Mm-hmm.
You need to do officially. I did not want to I was not less active.
Yeah.
I had a fundamental disagreement with the church at so many levels.
Yeah.
Right? Historically, theologically. And so I said, we had a lot of discussion, and my wife was a little hesitant because she didn't want to break her parents' heart, my mom's heart. My mom is still pretty active. Her parents were still active.
Yeah.
But I say, we are not going to do half measures. Personally, I say, you don't have to do it, but I will do it.
Yeah.
I just feel I'm not going to give my number. I'm not a nominal supporter at the very least of these things that, have disconcerting. And so at the end of 2017, we officially resigned, our membership. They sent us a letter, told us, our names have been taken out. And so that was that.
Wow. Go ahead.
Yeah. And I forgot to mention, when we were doing home church, that's when we discovered Mormon Stories.
Oh.
and that was a breath of fresh air, because in the sense, like, there was this community. It wasn't in the open. Of course, I don't know how we found it.
Uh-huh.
I think it's through Facebook, and the lady from Florida who had raised, who was going through the faith crisis.
Mm-hmm.
I think there was something to do with that Facebook thing,
Yeah.
And that's how we found Mormon Stories.
Yeah.
And there was a place where people were having honest, genuine, discussions. And they were not emotional, because it's one thing to have a discussion where people are angry.
Yeah.
You can't listen to that too much. But these were people having a well-constructed rebuttal to a lot of things, historical questions, the church had raised. And we really appreciated that.
Do you mean the Mormon Stories podcast Facebook group? Is that what you mean? Or
no, we were listening to you on the internet.
Okay, got it.
And but we discovered it through Facebook.
Got it.
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah, but we started listening to, when we were doing home church, eventually we drifted toward this space in which we could hear people who are sincere in their, the same questions we had.
Mormon Story didn't cause you to lose your faith, though, right?
No, we already, as I mentioned, I had been walking that path for many years.
We get accused of causing people to lose their faith.
If anything, it confirmed what I already knew.
Yeah.
And if anything, it gave me a community.
Yeah.
Of, because you easily get gaslighted in certain spaces where you feel like you're the only person. You feel like you're told you're making too much of a big deal out of little things. But in Mormon Story, you have a platform in which people who are serious and sincere are discussing in depth the same questions you have. And so that was good for me.
I mean, I guess from the church's perspective, that's evil to normalize a faith crisis, to make you feel like you're not bad, you're not dirty, you're not broken, that lots of people feel that way. I guess from the church's perspective, that's a bad thing that Mormon Stories might do.
I suppose the church would only wish that you went to them for answers to your question.
Yeah, but I guess you
Right.
tried that.
But obviously that did not work for me.
Yeah.
And not for lack of trying.
Yeah.
And I didn't just go to one person. I remember I had a brief meeting with a stake president in this valley before I finished medical school.
Yeah.
And I raised the question. And pretty much, I never found satisfactory answers,
Yeah.
But I guess there was never going to be satisfaction. You cannot really make a donkey and a zebra, you just have, it's what it is,
Yeah.
Yeah. So.
Yeah. Okay. I do have a couple questions that I have to ask.
Yes.
That I don't think they're going to be hard for you, but they would be hard for maybe some people. Mm-hmm. Like there's two things that come to my mind. One mm-hmm. is all the miracles that you told me you've experienced.
Right.
You start out from Africa,
mm-hmm.
but you're able to come to the United States to get your bachelor's degree at BYU, Idaho, and then BYU-Provo.
Uh-huh.
You have these miracles that get you here. You have a church that has cheap university that makes it so you can afford it. You make friends, mm-hmm. you make community. You have a sense of meaning and a purpose. And you have all these spiritual miracles that happen along the way, including that Book of Mormon witness.
Yes.
And then you have all these good people that mm-hmm. give you loans, that help finance your medical school.
Right.
I'm just thinking, and you meet your wife and her beautiful parents. And like there's a couple parts of the question. There's like, mm-hmm. how could you have all these miracles mm-hmm. and all these blessings and privileges and then walk away from it? Right. And I have a couple other questions, but like, how do you, and I'm not trying to make you feel bad, but I mean, you can understand the question.
No, I totally understand the question.
Yeah.
Because that was, and if they had been but for those issues, it would have been very easy to extricate myself on the first time there was a bump on the road.
Yeah.
Part of the reason I stayed in the church so long.
Yeah.
Because I believed deeply.
Yeah.
That God was blessing me for my faithfulness to the church. Right.
Yeah.
There was no doubt in my head.
Yeah.
I believed this.
Yeah.
And initially when I found these contradictions, I thought this was the devil inserting doubt to my faith, to my testimony. Right.
Yeah.
And it took a whole mountain to move me, right? Because it takes a lot believing as, having those experiences, believing as, as having those spiritual experiences and having those miraculous experiences. It's hard to walk away from that. And so the question is, how could you walk away from it? First of all, there was no doubt towards the end that the issues, the falsehoods were truly verifiable. I had falsified the position, like the claims the church had made. Like upon I joined the church without proper understanding these questions, right? If I had known these things, as a bishop asked me once, would I have joined the church? And the answer would be no, right? I feel I was, in a way, I had walked into a situation I did not understand. Now, the other question is it possible for people to find good people outside the construct of Mormonism, right? Has anybody ever had a life in which they had friends or they were able to find loans, they were co-signed, right? Was it possible for you to go through medical school? Was it possible to find a wife without Mormonism? And the answer, of course, is a resounding yes, 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 yes. That cannot be the reason you have to avoid, your moral response. You don't have to have intellectual dishonesty because of these experiences.
Yeah, Catholics would help refugees from Africa.
Exactly.
Evangelicals would.
Yes.
Jehovah's Witnesses probably would.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
Goodness can exist outside the construct of Mormonism, right?
Yeah.
And so not to say like I'm still very close with the people my friend who co-signed my loan, who is still Mormon.
Yeah. Oh, he is?
Oh, yeah. He's still Mormon. He's a guy from Oregon, right?
Yeah.
We still meet at least once a year and
nice.
we go camp together.
Oh, fun.
We're still very good friends.
Yeah.
And And so it does not mean like, unfortunately, sometime when you leave the church, some of your friends will never talk to you.
Yeah.
The good thing for him, he had a lot of family members who left the church for similar reasons. And so it was easy for him to understand why somebody would leave the church. Now, but it's an important question you ask, because even after I left, I still had to resolve the question of the burning in the bosom.
Yeah.
Because that is, you can say the material situation, loans and success in the world, you cannot really equate that with a divine journey, right? But the burning in the bosom, I had to make sense of this.
Yeah.
And how I made sense, after I left the church, I immersed myself in serious, study, right? I had to really investigate, like questions about spirituality. And it was by coincidence, I was reading some yogic literature about meditation. And as you read about meditation, they talk about, when people meditate, they come to a point of when you have focused, single-minded concentration. The ultimate, end of that path is this luminous awareness. And if you read like from thousands of years ago, how this is described, you'd almost feel like you're reading the burning in the bosom. Anybody who practice meditation, in fact, Mormons are often perplexed when they're in other activities that are not faith promoting.
Yeah.
You can get that burning in the bosom.
No, it's like I felt the spirit when I watched the Muppet movie in high school. Like I feel the spirit and I'm watching the Muppets, you know?
And it's about this.
Yeah.
That's why if you do a deep concentration, anybody who does meditation, even now that I've left the church, I still have burning in the bosom.
Yeah.
If I do my meditations, or if you're hiking out there in nature in a beautiful, awesome place, if you have single-minded concentration, you will do, or any breath work, and you do, meditation on breath, whatever, you're gonna have those experiences. And what the church had done, obviously, is to take that and give it a religious meaning. Right. But it's not really a religious experience. Right. There are medications that could give you that would give you similar feelings. In fact, one of
as an anesthesiologist, you know that, right? What's a medication that could duplicate the Holy Ghost, basically?
Well, one of them is like if you there's something called the psychedelic mushrooms, for example.
Oh, okay.
So people who have psilocybin, they call them. If you take a psilocybin, those you can have a mystical experience from consuming those those drugs, those substances, right?
Yeah. Some people say psilocybin, right?
Yeah, psilocybin. Psychedelics.
Yeah.
And then the other thing is, part of the surgeries we do, they're called awake craniotomies, whereby the patient is awake with part of their head open, right?
Yeah.
And you're putting an electric probe direct into their head.
What is it
into
called?
Their brain.
What's the medication?
No, it's a surgical procedure.
Oh, okay.
Awake craniotomy.
Okay.
Where you open somebody's head.
Yeah.
You put direct electrical stimulation in specific parts of the brain. And some place, you can watch this on YouTube. Some part, the patient gets stimulated, has this amazing religious experience.
Yeah.
Right? And then some part you stimulate, you have a feeling of imminent doom. These are all neurocircuitry. Right?
Yeah.
So, you can have these experiences outside the construct of religious experiences, And so I was able, down the road, I was able to make sense of, the burning in the bosom. And that was a huge relief for me because I felt like I had walked away from the testimony of the Holy Ghost for some time, and until I came to make sense of that, that's something I struggled with. Yeah.
So it sounds like you kind of logically deconstructed your spiritual experiences and the miracles. You kind of logically deconstructed.
Well, the feelings, it's easy to deconstruct that.
Yeah.
It's easy to put them in the proper place in nature. Those are natural experiences, right? The brain is amazing. It can do a lot of things.
Yeah.
We don't, the very idea of sentience, consciousness is so complex.
Yeah.
And what the brain can do.
Yeah.
And what you can conceive is infinite,
Yeah.
right? And there's a lot of people who do neuroscience research and they can go into that. But as far as miracles, right? That one is easy to explain. I was, the fact that I had a lot of good fortune in life, You can read any number of books why people who are not Mormons have had equally, even much more miraculous, outcomes in their life,
Mm-hmm.
right? So you can find a lot of those books, Viktor Frankl survived the Holocaust.
Yeah,
right?
Man's Search for Meaning.
Exactly.
Yeah.
You can read those kind of books, and you get the idea that it's not unique to Mormons that people have miraculous experiences.
Yeah, he was Jewish.
Yes.
Yeah.
Exactly.
Yeah.
And so if you could say, well, if everyone who has what we call miraculous experience was Mormon, then you can say, well, you need to be Mormon in order to have them.
Right.
Right. But that's not true.
The Catholics have miracles.
Yes. Buddhists have miracles.
Yeah.
Right. Yeah. So anybody can have. The world sometimes has many graceful experiences and sometimes horrible experiences that happen to good people.
Yeah.
Go
like those people in the embassy.
Yes, they got blown up for no reason. Yeah. The people right now who are starving and dying of hunger out of no fault of their own, right?
Yeah, or war.
So, yes. Yeah. So you can have both ways, but we focus in self-affirming, doing that affirm our biases a lot.
Yeah.
I could pick up all the terrible thing, and if I focus on them, I could say, "Well, I've had a horrendous life," but that's not true. If you pick up all the bad things that happened to you, you can tell the opposite story.
Yeah.
Right, and then you can pick up on the good stuff. You tell a different story.
Yeah.
So, but that's the journey of life.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay, that makes sense.
Mm-hmm.
And this isn't to be heavy-handed. It's just like to explore it from different angles. But if I go through the list of, I'll just say church leaders of African descent, there's Helvekio Martins, there's Joseph Satati, there's Edward Dubé, there's Peter M. Johnson, there's Ahmad Corbett, who's African-American, there's Raymond Egbo, there's D. Martin Guri, and I'm sure there's many just rank and file Latter-day Saints.
Right.
Darius Gray.
Right.
Who, that were black. Many of them joined the church before the priesthood ban was lifted.
Right.
And many of them have heard all the issues, and they either just say, I will not explain away the spiritual manifestations I've received.
Right.
Or they just say, whatever the intellect says, I'm staying. I'm going to ignore it, or I'm going to just rely on the feelings and just say, I'll put it on the shelf. I'll suspend final judgment. Too much good here.
Yeah.
Too many good feelings. Can't walk away from it. Won't walk away from it. If anything, I'll just put it on the shelf intellectually.
Yes.
I guess lots of people do it.
Yes.
So have you thought about how or why they're able to do it, but you're not?
I think part of it can be explained by their constitution. I think we are constituted very different. The human being is a social creature, right?
Yeah.
And so some people more so than others, right?
Yeah.
And some people put greater weight in their social interaction as opposed to their intellectual life, right? There are people who live more in their head, and there are people who live in their heart. And I think that is part of it, right? And so I suppose depending on the social environment in where you're living, it would have been, I'll admit it would have been very, very, very hard for me to leave the church if I never left Kenya.
Yeah. Okay.
Yes.
Yeah.
It would have been, I would never have become a black person. Right?
Yeah.
And so these things would have remained remote to me in many ways, right?
You had to come to America to become a black person.
Yeah. And so that's number one. It's like if I lived in Africa forever.
Yeah.
And I never became a black person, reading the story of being cursed with a skin of blackness becoming loathsome and all that.
Like, that's not me.
Yeah, it would have been a remote issue. I mean, it would have probably registered in my head, but not as strongly until you have social experiences.
Yeah.
Where it becomes personal.
Yeah.
These things are just distant.
Well, yeah.
You can easily explain them away. It's not your fight.
Yeah.
It's easy to say that.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I'd also say there might be a socioeconomic element to some of these situations where it's one thing if you're a doctor, make good money,
right,
independently doing great,
right,
versus like maybe your career was only in the church. Maybe you wouldn't have a career without the church,
right,
or maybe you wouldn't have a good income,
right,
without the church, but with the church, you have a really good income, a really good livelihood, and a really good reputation.
Absolutely.
Or social status.
Absolutely.
Right.
I can see that, and not to be, and to be self-critical, I would say. There's a reason I did not leave the church when I was going to BYU.
Right.
I needed BYU, right? And so I might have known everything. If I knew what I knew in 2015, if I had known that when I was at BYU, well, I think human beings are always part of our effort is self-preservation.
Yeah.
And so you get to a point where you are bound by your self-interest not to know things or not to take them too seriously because it's not convenient for you to know those things.
Yeah.
And so.
Yeah, absolutely.
So I think that's part of it. Yeah.
Yeah. Not to judge anyone. What about just to stay in the church because it's good? Like there's the idea that it's not true, but it's good. You can raise your kids in it.
Right.
You can have community. And it's not, people always say, well, you can find community in Catholicism. You can find community in secularism. Yeah, fine. But you can also find community in Mormonism. And there are Mormons who are active who don't believe. So how about just like stay because it's a good place to be and to raise kids and truth, schmooth, but like community, you know what I mean?
Yeah. But is it possible? Because the church demands certain things of you. You cannot just coast through it, right?
Yeah.
You're called to do calling. Those calling, you have to at some time say the church is true.
Yeah.
And even if you're not saying it, you're sitting there agreeing with things you don't agree with.
Yeah.
And so you fundamentally becomes untruthful to your core.
Yeah.
Right. And the other thing is for us, for example, as the kids grew older, there's a lot of messages that are not, I never had somebody really, I can't remember anybody being rude to me in my face, but there's a lot of messaging, even in the art of the church. It's hard to look at your 7, 8-year-old or 9-year-old who looks at all the painting, and I had this experience, and you see everything about heaven is white and all those things. The kid may not have the bandwidth to understand difficult concept, but they know they can understand a picture.
God's white, Jesus is white. The first presidency's white. The one of the 12 is mostly white.
Overwhelmingly white, right?
The Book of Mormon still says that dark skins are curves.
Exactly. And so it's kind of hard to read your child that path.
Yeah.
I remember a discussion I had with my kid, my firstborn. He was like, I think first or second grade. We were still in the church. And I got him from school. And, I like to mess with him. And I said, so Aiden, his name is, I say, yeah, what do you think? How do you think God looks like? And he was quiet for a little bit. He's white. And nobody had ever told him this.
Yeah.
But it's very easy to see why you're reading your child, right? You're giving them a complex and an inferiority complex. If you begin to believe this deeply, eventually you're going to have this hierarchy in which some people are better than you by nature. Right? And so I wasn't raised that way. I never had to deal with that kind of complex. And I felt like I should not straddle my children with that kind of thing.
Yeah, I think it's called internalized racism, right?
Exactly.
Yeah, and I learned about this when I was getting my PhD in psychology. They show you this film where they would give a white doll and a black doll to a little black girl.
I remember watching that.
Over and over and over, and what would happen.
And then, so it was I believe it was a research. And these are kids who they haven't gone to school, so you cannot blame it on teachers telling them this.
Right.
So they get all these black kids and raised by black families.
Yeah.
And then they bring a black doll and a white doll.
Yeah.
And then the kids, they say, well, which doll do you think is good here?
Which is the good doll?
Which is the good doll? Which do you think is the naughty one?
Yeah.
And almost invariably,
Yeah.
these black kids always put the good virtues to the white doll and the bad vices on the black doll.
Yeah.
And that's heartbreaking.
Yeah.
Because this is some sort of an internal decimation in some ways. That person is going to go through life. It doesn't matter how loudly they say they are good, but deep down they have internalized something that's not good about themselves.
Yeah.
And so that is hard, Yeah.
You didn't want to do that to
I did not want to do that
kids.
To my kids. And I did not think it would be spiritually healthy for them. So you can say, well, you can leave the kids in the church and raise them there. You cannot have morality without religion. That's a fallacy, right? You can have morals without religious. Yeah. You can do good to people. Of course, religion, to argue that you cannot have morality without Christianity, for example, Christianity has only existed 2,000 years. People existed before that. They must have had morals, right? Right? People are not killing, there are evolutionary reasons for people to be kind to their neighbors, right? To want to feed the hungry and to clothe the naked.
And to build a society.
Yeah, exactly. Cooperation, really. We cooperate with each other because we know that pays, and it optimizes our chances of survival, And so you really, in fact, religion comes in to improve cooperation within species.
Yeah.
And so it's not necessary that you need to have a religion.
And religion can introduce violence and war.
Oh, absolutely.
Yeah.
Yes.
So the opposite could be true.
You cannot. Yeah, exactly. But we choose the good, the virtues of religion. We ignore the vices because that, doesn't convert people. So yes.
So you don't need necessarily religion to raise moral kids.
Oh, no. I don't. In fact, sometimes you can raise, religion encourages in-group cooperation, in-group kindness, and all that, right? People who are very deeply religious tend not to be very inclusive of others who are not from that religious background. It's kind of hard to break into their group,
Yeah.
And so, I did not feel was necessary.
Yeah. Okay.
Yeah.
Let me pivot a tiny bit then to ask you one of the questions I've been dying to ask a sub-Saharan African Mormon or ex-Mormon for a long time.
Yes.
We all know that the LDS Church is basically flat in terms of growth in the United States, that if it weren't for the birth rate of Mormons being 3 children on average per couple, and it's declining, but if it weren't for the high growth rate in the United States and even in Utah, the LDS Church would likely be in decline.
Right.
And in Western Europe and in developed Asia, the church is full on in decline.
Right.
Losing more members than it's gaining year over year.
Right.
And then we know that in places like Latin America and the Philippines, there are astronomical baptism rates.
Yes.
But that the retention is less than 10%.
Right.
And the activity rates are sometimes less than 10%.
Right.
Countrywide.
Right.
That there are discrepancies of hundreds of thousands of members that the church claims in countries like Chile and Brazil and the Philippines, where the national census shows hundreds of thousands of less people who self-identify as Mormon.
Right.
That's kind of been established on Mormon Story for a long time. The big exception globally is Africa.
Right.
And mostly sub-Saharan Africa, not Northern Africa.
Right.
Where the church is growing like gangbusters.
Yes.
We're talking stakes and missions and temples. I'd guess double-digit growth rates, not just single-digit growth rates, not just 5% growth rates, probably 10 or more double-digit growth. Like, as someone who is sub-Saharan African, as someone who joined the church in Kenya, as someone who probably loves the African people,
Right.
and as someone who probably feels grateful
Uh-huh.
for the role the church played in your life, even if the church's role in your life wasn't exceptional,
Yeah.
I'm guessing you still are grateful for it. So let me just start with a very general question. How do you feel
Mhm.
about the Mormon church growing at probably double-digit percentages annually in sub-Saharan Africa?
Yeah. Oh, that's a good question. I think the first step we take is the analysis, the reason behind it, right? And this has to be, in some ways, you have to see that through the prism of global economics, right? And so the church is this rich organization, and then it comes in, and for the first time, if you look at most institutions, even government in Africa, they're not very responsive to the people's needs. People have to survive on their own. Then you have this powerful organization that comes in that truly cares for you, right? When the church moves into a place in Africa, you have these people who are hardworking, like the missionaries, who set up camp to train people how to get job, employment, who have charity, they give help to people in need, right? So there is that economic piece of it, right? I doubt you can make the argument that the only place where the Holy Ghost has access to people is in Africa. So that argument, it will be hard to make to serious people, right?
Yeah.
And so I don't think people in Europe or North America or rich countries, the distinction between them and people in poor country is not so much in terms of their openness to spiritual inspiration. The main difference is the economic differences, right? And so that part attracts people to Mormons.
So the Mormon church is a wealthy...
It's a wealthy institution that cares for people.
And they care for people.
Oh, absolutely. They come across as caring, and especially when contrasted with the local government, that corrupt governments that don't care about people. At least they don't even pretend to, right? So whether it's genuine or not is besides the point. The church comes, sets camp, build this beautiful building where previously there was none. They set up these dynamic and structures of support for people, like help people get employment, right? So I can see why people come, especially in poorly developed countries, why they would flock to the church, right? Now, the other question is it good for them? And I think help is always good. Giving people hope, it's good, right? I can never fault the church for going into a place, helping people who maybe get education, for example, right? That's always going to be good. Helping people who didn't know how to interview for a job and the things they would have to say, because that's one of the things the church did in Kenya. They would have service missionaries who taught people how to get jobs, right? That is good, right? So I think it's that intersection of caring and practicality. The church is there to, they say we help people fish instead of giving them a fish.
Yeah.
So they are really doing things that help people in real practical to solve real world problems, right? And so I can see why people in Africa and poor countries generally, they flock to the church. Is it also the reason why they don't stay too long? Because most of the people think if you came there and you're poor and you thought you were going to get a handout, the church, does not necessarily give people a handout too much. They are into helping people develop themselves, right? They give them the means to go get the fish for themselves. And so anybody who is looking for an easy way out their problem, sometimes they don't stay too long. If that's the only reason that brought you to the church, most likely you're not going to stay. Either you're going to have your economic problem resolved, and therefore they have no reason to stay, or it's not going to be solved the way you thought or anticipate it will be solved, and so you move on. So that's a problem with the retention. But would I say the church generally is a force for good? I think for generally in most poor country, it is, right? And so I would not say that, I would never be, if I was in a position of power in Africa, if I was a president of a country, I would not stop Mormons from coming, doing what they do.
Even though you now no longer believe the church
to be true. No,
true.
Yes, I would not. And the reason is the real world problem. People live in real world, right? Anybody who, just like the Islamic organization that give people aid, the Catholic organization that give people, I would never stop any of them. I would see themselves on the same plane. Their truth claim notwithstanding, that I'll put those aside because people in need are not looking necessarily for a theological problem to their economic problems, right? Whatever your belief system are, if you feed somebody who is hungry, you've done good, right? Right. And once they get standing on their own feet, they will resolve their own contradictions. Eventually they will, right? If you join the church and you did not know anything about the race and priesthood and all these other things, but you did not die of malnutrition, right? And you found access to employment because the church employment missionaries taught you how to get a job, that is good, right? You can ignore the theological structure and then look at the real world solutions. I think we have to be pragmatic, and I think that's a pragmatic solution.
Because I do meet ex-Mormons a lot that are hurt. Maybe they've been traumatized. Maybe they feel misled. Maybe they feel like they gave too much money to the church or too much time or just believed under false circumstances.
Right.
And they're just like, if I had my wish, I would remove the Mormon church from everywhere. I would have the Mormon church go away. That's not your position.
I would disagree with that. Even as a doctor, for the years I spent in the church, the church gave me, if you have to put a ledger, this is how much money the church gave me, this is how much money I put in the church. There's no question that money I put in the church was a lot more than I ever received from the church.
In terms of cash?
In real cash.
Okay.
But the church brought me a value, first of all, that is much more than money. Mm-hmm. The church gave me the tools, for example, to do the deep mental work, self-reflection. I never, as a teenager, I was not in that business, right? Most teenagers are not, right? To ask hard questions of myself. Yes, eventually it was the same mechanism that forced me out of the church, but at least they got me to think, to handle the big questions about existence, right? So that was good. As far as, and I cannot judge people who, for example, if they were traumatized, if somebody was sexually assaulted in a church, for example, or they were physically abused, they would come up with a very different conclusions, right? Because their journey was very different from mine, right? So I can see why they would feel this is an evil influence for them. But generally, in the context of Africa, I don't believe anybody was being abused by the church. Other than, you get into a contract, if you can call baptism a contract, without informed consent because you don't have the information, right? But I don't think that's it didn't harm me, Eventually, it brought contradiction that I had to deal with down the road. But I think those contradictions were mind expanding for me. It forced me to do a lot of work within myself to look into questions that I never would have. I don't think my life would be better if I never have to deal with the questions of race and the questions of theology. Those, if I had just joined a church in which I was born, who had these questions, I took it as a matter of course that I belong to this church and I just went through the motions, my life would not be as rich as it is today. So there's a content, there's a mental content, if you want, and you can even call it spiritual content, that was introduced to me by the Mormon journey that I went through. Yeah. So I cannot fault the church for what they do. I think they do good work. At least in those poor countries, they do give people real help. Because when somebody is hungry and suffering, I don't think there's much you can tell them that make their predicament any better than the person who feeds them. And the church does feed people. Now, you can make it's a different argument to say, how much fraction of their wealth do they employ towards charity compared to their full, what they have? But that's a different question. And I'm not sure I'll be the right person, because I don't know how much how much money the church has. But the little good it does, and I think it's a lot of good, it's good for the recipient. Each person who receives it, I think it makes a difference in their life.
And you feel like it's been good for you?
It was a great experience for me.
Yeah.
Yes. Did I go through some painful, at least mentally painful journey, like internally painful journey?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, it was. But I think it was good for me because it woke a part of me that was asleep.
Mm-hmm.
And once awakened, I feel it has remained, it continued to illuminate certain light. It brought a quality to my life. It expanded my landscape of awareness. And that was good.
There are a lot of ex-Mormons here in Utah or in the United States or in the UK or wherever who, once they decide the church isn't true, they're really angry.
Yeah.
They're just like, I was misled. I would have spent my adolescence differently.
Mm-hmm.
I would have gotten married at a different time. I would have had kids at a different time, if at all. Women say I would have had a career. I would have gotten my education. Like, I'd say the majority of ex-Mormons in the United States that I've met would say, I'm angry that I was ever Mormon. I'm not hearing you say that.
Yeah, and because I think my journey was very different. I did not get married until I was almost 27.
Mm-hmm.
But I can see from their lens, if somebody got married when they were 18 and they did not even consider getting a good education because they were a girl and they thought my job would be a full-time mother for the rest of my life. For them, a lot was sacrifice for the church in that case. And it really truncated their life potentials.
Yeah.
But that's not my journey, right?
Yeah.
In the sense, I did not spend my life, if anything, the church enriched me in many ways. BYU was a great place to go to school.
Yeah.
Intellectually,
Yeah.
and even socially, I did not have terrible experiences.
No.
I had very good friends.
Yeah.
I've always had good friends. I mean, there's some uncomfortable experiences, but that would have been true even if I had gone to some other university in another place. I think that's the nature of mankind, I think.
Yeah.
But also, I think part of it is cultural, right? I think in the West, people are a little bit more rigid, right? I feel like people in the whether it's Europe or North America, being not told the full truth is taken a little like a personal injury. This is almost like Immanuel Kant. There's this categorical imperative. Remember the hypothetical, you say, if there is a Jew come behind under your bed and the Nazi soldier came to your door and asked you, is there a Jew in this house? You have, the categorical imperative to say yes.
I think this is the first time Immanuel Kant has been invoked in Mormon stories. I love it.
It's more like a Kantian approach to life.
Yeah.
Right?
Yeah.
Like it's a personal injury.
Yeah.
And part of it is how they believed, right? If somebody was raised believing strongly about the Urim and Thummim, and then they find there was a hat and a rock in it.
Yeah.
It's almost an insult. It's a deep insult to a person who has been saying this all their life.
But that happened to you.
It happened to me. But I suppose it's a lot easier because I had been inoculated in some way. I did not join the church until I was 17. I had seen the world a little bit.
And it sounds like you're saying in Kenya, there isn't this categorical imperative.
Oh, yes. It's we grow up on folklore. My grandmother would teach me about moral lessons by telling me about a hyena was talking like to a wolf or whatever, So I give different interpretation to things.
Yeah.
And I do not, but I'm not very retro in my understanding. But I think if you grew up with a Kantian understanding of life, I think there's a certain literality and the expectations that you have that are dashed when you discover that there was, for example, a hat and a rock, for example. There's no Urim and Thummim and all those things.
Yeah.
Yes.
Okay, another question. This is great. Thank you. I'm loving this. Next question. So you talked about if you were like president of Kenya and you had the choice of evicting Mormons or not, you would keep the Mormons even as an ex-Mormon
Yes.
president of Kenya.
Absolutely.
Let's say you could wave a magic wand and either Mormon missionaries in Africa would teach truthful history to all Africans before they could join the church. In other words, they teach them about the one drop rule. They teach them about the curse of Cain. They teach them about the priesthood ban. They even teach them about the rock in the hat and the Urim and Thummim and the book of Abraham. And they teach them all those things. And they have to, because of informed consent.
Right.
As a doctor, you know what informed consent is, right?
Right.
Like you have the choice of deciding whether or not Mormon missionaries have to teach all the truth to Africans before they join, or you have the choice to say, no, like I want the church to help Africans. And if they learn all that truth, they probably won't join. So I guess I'm okay with the church not teaching Africans all the truth because I want them to get the benefit of membership. Which do you choose? How's that? Is that a hard question?
I like that question. I think I'll prioritize truth, obviously, right? Truth should always be prioritized, right?
Should it?
I think, well,
if it's starving or not, you know?
Well, if you have to go to that hypothetical, the content hypothetical, of course, you don't want to say he's hiding under the bed, right?
Yeah. The Jew.
Yes.
To the Nazis.
Because you know the consequence.
Yeah.
I think you have to weigh the consequence. In that case, the consequence, of course, is lethal for the person, for the victim, right?
And you could say that's true for Africans.
Now, the question then in your hypothetical is, if they were taught these things, there is no reason to believe people who are in need would not still join the church to fulfill their ambition, their aspiration to have their needs met.
Yeah.
Right?
Like if you're super poor in Africa,
right,
in Kenya, and maybe you don't have a lot of education.
Right.
And the church is offering pathways as a way for you to maybe get a high school diploma or maybe even a college degree. What it sounds like you're saying is maybe even if you learn all that problematic church history, you join anyway.
There are a lot of people, desperate time calls for desperate measures. Remember the story I told you about that guy who gave us their child?
Yeah.
You know?
Yes.
So that person would join the church even if you told him about all those things, right?
Yeah, of course.
And so
if they sell you their child.
If somebody's willing to sacrifice their child.
Yeah.
So that same person will be willing to sacrifice their ego.
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah.
And so I don't think it necessarily follows like if you've discovered all these things that the truth claims were false, and still you have this
or racist.
Yeah, or racist.
Yeah.
But it's racism that's taught you by a very delicate person with a big smile and a bag of potatoes, right? Because obviously they have gift to give you. If your aspiration is to be helped, you may be able to forego your pride for a little bit.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But maybe less Africans would benefit. You've said on the one hand, you benefited and Africans generally benefit from Mormonism. Maybe a lot less would join and benefit from Mormonism if they were taught the truth. So maybe I'll ask it a different way because I don't want to ask you, are you okay with people being lied to? Are you how upset are you to know that Africans might be joining the Mormon church in 2025 without all the information? Or are you kind of like, the good outweighs the bad?
I suppose the issue of incomplete disclosure, in this case, it may be more relevant to African, but that's true of all converts everywhere. Most converts who join the church, they don't know half the things they need to know, right?
Most Mormons
North
in Utah
America,
are taught the truth.
yeah, anywhere you go.
Yeah, that's
So
true.
nobody has fully informed consent, whether in Africa or elsewhere.
Almost no one.
Right. Yeah. So as far as that goes, then that cancels out because so the question will only be very relevant to come to the racist issues then.
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah.
So, and they would come down to, is the person teaching you this intending to harm you, right? Are they telling you all these things because eventually they want to colonize you, they want to make you subordinate to them? And I think generally Mormons, even when they convert people, they don't intend to make them subordinate to themselves, right? They honestly believe they are doing God's work and that this thing will make your life pristine and is going to bring you from the dregs or whatever suffering you're going through. And the subsequent generation will be so much happier. So if you go to the question of motivation, most missionaries, they go to do good. They intend to do good, and they believe they're doing good. None of that, and in fact, most missionaries have no idea about the things we are talking about, right?
Yeah.
And so it's a little complicated.
Yeah.
So the question that is, knowing what I know, would I force the church to teach everyone the truth, the full truth? Or would I leave the status quo, the structure of the status quo to continue? Then I would have to make a global idea. It has to be global then. Okay. It has to be everywhere, not just in Africa, right? Okay. Yeah. Because it seems to me that knowing or not knowing the truth has not really factored into Mormonism anywhere on the planet.
No.
Because nobody knows the truth fully. We know probably a little bit more, but I'm sure there are some things that we don't know, right?
Most never do.
So then it comes the functional question then is, are they getting help that they need? Are they getting an infusion of hope, right? And is this hope, whether this hope comes from a Catholic, a Mormon, or somebody who believes Muhammad is the last messenger, right? To me, is functionally equivalent, right?
Yeah.
Their children are now dying of hunger. They're getting immunization. So, because unless you believe you're harming people, because I don't think there is any real harm done, because eventually, the people who eventually grow up and they get to realize they were lied to or they had incomplete disclosure of whatever was known, then they should do their own work to get out of that situation, right?
Yeah.
And so, but at that point, they will be in a better off position to decide for themselves.
Yeah. And kind of what I'm hearing is kind of a reasonable position. Because I'd say the same thing about Guatemala. Like the members, the Guatemalans that joined the Mormon church and really got into it.
Yes.
It made their lives better.
Absolutely.
It just did.
Absolutely.
So would I want to prevent them from improving their lives?
No.
I wouldn't.
No, I wouldn't.
So like, I think ex-Mormons oftentimes when they feel betrayed, they look at Mormon church leaders as like intentionally deceiving the world.
Right.
And I think what we're both agreeing with possibly is it's not that they're intentionally deceiving people. What they're just saying is, let's not introduce meat before milk.
Right.
Let's give them the simplicity of the gospel.
Right.
And then later they can have the strength to learn more. It's not with the intent to deceive.
Right.
It's with the intent to benefit their lives, that they're withholding information.
And it works. Like I know the people I taught, a lot of people I taught, and after their conversion, it's a lot of people, their lives, they became committed family men and women. They raise their kids the right way. Because the principles the church teach are good principles. Be kind to your wife, love your husband, love your children, raise them with good morals. These are not bad things anywhere, right?
Yeah.
We have the luxury to go far beyond in the theoretical sphere, right?
Yeah.
We can ask we can probe the history, but that's a luxury people who are hungry don't have, right? And so, so I think, and also we make many assumptions. We assume that you can walk to any given general authority and they have this meeting in which the whole trove of information is given to them. And they all have the intellectual, means to comprehend it. And even the emotional capacity to want to understand it. Some people just push it out. I
Clearly,
don't care.
Joseph Satati
He didn't want to know those
didn't
other
know
things.
and didn't want to know.
Yeah, and there are a lot of, and I don't think that's unique. I think a lot of general authorities of the church, they see the good, they focus on the good.
Yeah.
They say these other things, hypothetical or even historical, may or may be not true, but it's irrelevant to my spiritual journey. I'm having these spiritual experiences. They are tangible. They are in me now. Mm-hmm. And from them has sprung this wellspring of joy and hope, and I'm spreading that to the world.
Yeah.
So I can see somebody say that.
Yeah.
I respect that position.
Yeah.
Yeah. It wouldn't have worked for me because I'm a little stubborn and I'm a little, unsettled,
And truth matters to you maybe more than it does other types of brains.
Yeah. And I live in my head more so than, they live in their heart probably,
Yeah.
And so it was hard for me to balance that, but I can see how somebody who is not just dishonest.
Yeah.
They may not be dishonest.
Yeah.
But they feel the greater good is achieved by staying in the church for them and their family. And I can respect that.
And I guess we do have to just also provide the disclaimer that if you're gay, lesbian, bisexual, transgender, if you were abused in the church, if you're, if you're a woman who postponed education or postponed a career, or if you, male or female, married too young or married without experiences that you wish you'd had, or had kids earlier than you wanted, or too many kids, more kids than you wanted. There are plenty of people who experienced real harm in the church.
Right.
Where what we just got through spending 30 minutes talking about, it would be experienced as a horrific, traumatizing, bad experience.
Absolutely.
And not like a positive experience for someone in a developing country where it was the choice of starvation or loneliness or isolation.
Right.
You would have had a pleasant middle or upper middle class life if you hadn't have been put in the Mormon church, right?
Right.
So we can create, it's a both and. We can create space for different realities where people would have been better off or worse off. It's not universal.
Absolutely. And I agree with those sentiments, because obviously if you went through some of those horrific experiences that you see described, there is no way you can be a passive critic of the church.
Yeah.
It's deep thing. It's a burden you must bear the rest of your life.
And you are going to conclude that the world would be better off without the church.
Absolutely.
But that's not what you've concluded based on your experience.
No. And mostly because my experiences have been mostly positive.
Yeah.
And I'm not saying, and even in my memoir when I write it, I do speak of, I am very mindful to show the positive that came out of my spiritual journey, my faith journey.
Yeah.
And later on, I go to the depth of my internal struggles, because they're deep emotional experiences. When you begin to contemplate the possibility that God is a racist, this God that you loved had certain feelings towards you. And so these are painful experiences generally, right? And I write these things in the most candid way because I don't want to give this, joyful or sad story, because, there is both sides of the coin. And I felt the need to represent them and to come up before I came to my conclusion at the end. I wanted somebody to have walked the path I had walked, because then otherwise my conclusion would not make sense.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay. This has been super enlightening. Let me just ask you really quickly, there really isn't, I think the CES letter has been translated into a few languages, and I get all requests all the time to have Mormon stories translated in other languages, and I don't know how to do that. But like you could have, this is the book we mentioned at the beginning, A Quest for New Dawn, by Joseph Ngatia or Joe Ngatia, MD. You could have named your book like An African Ex-Mormon Experience, or like why an African would leave the Mormon Church, or something like that. Like,
right.
I imagine that whether it's Latin America, the Philippines, or Africa, someday there's going to be a Mormon Stories equivalent for Africans, or a CES letter equivalent for Africans, where a John Deliner, Jeremy Runnels, or whoever, Sam Young, Bill Reel, RFM, loses their faith and then wants to go public with it and tell everybody. I get the sense that you don't want to be that person. Is that true?
No, part of the reason I named the book as I named it, A Quest for New Dawn, because it's start from the beginning of my life. I feel like I've lived 3 existences, right? There's that, my first 14 years, I lived as a child of a tribe.
Yeah.
And these are deep, primarily connected people.
Mm-hmm.
And so I described the environment in which I was living in the tribe and what matters in that world, right? And so that is a part, 14 years of my life. And then there's this boarding school experiences, and then there's conversion to Mormonism and medical school training.
Lots of things that are Mormon necessarily.
Yeah, a lot of things that have nothing to do with the church.
Yeah.
But from my young adulthood, the church journey was always somewhere in the background because it became a fundamental part of my identity, Mormon, right? Yeah. And so everything, I had to give its meaning and interpretation through the prism of Mormonism.
Yeah.
So there's a good chunk of my life that is a fact, but not the whole story.
Yeah. Okay.
Yeah.
And so if somebody were to say, if you believe that most Africans would probably benefit by being a member of the church, now here you are talking about how you left. What reason would you give people for why you wanted to do this interview at all? If there might be a Kenyan Mormon investigator who stumbles on this video on YouTube and then decides not to join because they see your story.
Yeah, that's, I don't necessarily, I wouldn't say that I believe most African would join. Will be better off joining the church.
Okay.
I would also say most African who will be better off getting their help, whether from a religious or non-religious organization. So if you had, let's say, the Red Cross, and you're in trouble, and the Red Cross had a program where people could get employment, training, and all those things, I would never say leave that and go find the Mormons.
Okay.
That program would not be any better. Right. Yeah. So my point would be, any person in trouble, the people who come to help them, regardless of whatever stripe they wear, that's good.
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah.
And so, but why would I do this interview in the context of the fact that if somebody was investigating the church, they would discover the falsehood and the deep insults? Because I think it's a very important part of my awakening, right? It's important for them. Would I have been better off knowing these things? I don't know the answer to that question. Like, if I had known it, would I have my life been? It's very hard to adjudicate the question of what would happen. Right?
I guess you could have gone to university in Kenya.
Exactly. My sister never stayed in this church.
Yeah.
She still managed to do pretty well. She has a doctorate in pharmacy and all that.
Wow.
Yeah. She left the church the moment she stepped in, even before she left Kenya, right? Mm-hmm. So you don't necessarily need the structure of the church for you to be accomplished.
You could have become a doctor.
I could have become a doctor because the church did not make me a doctor.
It sounds like coming to the U.S., it was easier to become a doctor here
absolutely
than if you had tried to stay there.
Staying in Kenya, there was one medical school when I was a kid.
Yeah.
So that would not have worked out because obviously it would be, I wasn't accepted in medical school there. I had to go overseas, whether the United Kingdom or the United States, right? And most Kenyans back in the days, they went to the UK.
Yeah.
but the U.S. was, I think for me personally, the U.S. was the right place.
Yeah.
Yeah. But do I think it's the information I provide about my experiences is helpful? I think it is.
Yeah.
As painful as it was for me to go through these deeply disconcerting discoveries, right? I think they expanded my intellectual horizon.
Yeah.
They gave me a reason to seek even wider knowledge of the world, right? And so I think it'll be useful to to a lot of people, even people who are in the church right now, especially Black people, for example, who can't convert. I don't think they would necessarily read it and walk away from the church. I do not approach it with a missionary zeal or converting people to my position
or deconverting people from Mormonism.
I have that was never my ambition.
Me either.
Yeah. So,
it's still not. It's still not. Yeah.
It cannot be, right? Yeah. Because people have to decide we are on our own journey. Yeah. You're ready to take whatever trajectory you want to go on.
Yeah. No, I surveyed recently my audience, what percentage of them lost their faith before they started listening to Mormon stories versus lost their faith because they listened to Mormon stories. And I think over 90% had lost their faith before listening.
And that's why they came looking for you, because they were looking to find a fellowship for the position they had already arrived at. I feel like for me, I already felt uncomfortable in the church, right? Yeah. I did not necessarily accept his position, and finding your podcast to me confirmed what I already believed.
Yeah.
It gave me more richness, more substance, because there are a lot more people, and some of them are experts in whatever given topic.
Yeah.
And so that was helpful to me.
Yeah.
But I don't think the podcast got me out of the church.
Yeah.
Yes.
Last question. What do you want to say about healing and growth after leaving the church, whether it's mental health, marriage, parenting, spirituality? How has it been for you? 2017, y'all resigned from the church. 2018, 2017. It's been 7-8 years.
Right.
How has life been? Have you grown spiritually, intellectually, emotionally? And if so, what tips do you want to give people about healing and growth after Mormonism?
I think for me, it was a big plus, the fact that my wife and I took this journey together. Some people don't have that, actually. Their spouse could be devout and you're not. And that brings a lot of conflict in the relationship, obviously. Some people would pretty much divorce you.
Yeah.
So I don't know what I would say to such a person. But for me, I felt like leaving the church was an invitation for me to expand my awareness. I started this journey because when I was a Mormon, I felt there were some things I could not look into because they were heretical, right? And since leaving, I felt like my understanding of humanity, for example, and the world itself was so essential. If I was to avoid a situation where I could be misled to believe something, I needed to arm myself with knowledge of how the world truly worked, right? So I embarked on studies about evolutionary psychology and even astrophysics. I read books. I like to listen to other people's experiences, right? And then most importantly, I think you still have to answer the fundamental question about meaning and purpose for life, right? Because the church tells you you were born and you have a purpose in existence. And this purpose is a part of your basic nature. It started before you were born. The purpose of you to be on this earth is to earn some credentials to have a better celestial existence afterwards, right? When you take that all away, you have to replace it with something. And because you find that some people, they leave the church, they have nothing, right? And so I no longer believe there's a universal meaning for everybody. I don't necessarily think there is one meaning that serves all people, right? But I feel like my invitation, when I left the church, I was invited to find what I live for, right? And you can find meaning in your work, right? You can find meaning in raising your family, right? You can find meaning in achieving a deeper understanding of the world. The purpose is what you do. I still believe strongly that people who do good, they feel better, right? I think service, if there's anything that you take away from Mormonism, is their need to reach out and serve other people. Yeah, I don't pay tithing, but I still feel strongly a good chunk of my income must be donated to organizations like Doctors Without Border, or those organizations that truly do good, who I cannot go to Gaza or Ukraine or Sudan to do this. I have a life. But those people are there. They have infrastructure to help people. I think you must continue to believe that you're your brother's keeper or your sister's keeper, right? So I don't think the moment you leave Mormonism, you should vacate all morals or your social obligations to your fellow man, right? So for me, I have continued to do that work. And so that's how I find meaning. As far as, do I have the answers as far as what happened in the afterlife? That question to me is still an open question. I do not know. I don't consider myself religious, right? But I still do believe, like, even outside the construct of religion, you can have a deeply, very rich spiritual life. Like, one of my favorite, what I came into is I did a lot of, I have do a lot of reading of it's research, really, the mind research that you find from Tibet, meditation, really, observing the mind.
Mm-hmm.
And it gives you the core source of human suffering.
Mm-hmm.
Most of it comes from a lack of proper understanding of, your emotions, your reactions. And so the more you get to the core of that truth, like the more you remove all the illusions that cause people suffering, the happier you are. You find contentment. And I'm not a Buddhist, but I feel like Buddhism is one of the best non-religion philosophies that help people come to a better understanding of their position in life. I feel better now. I feel much. I'm not looking over my shoulder. I don't feel like the need to please God or any other. I don't feel these people watching, keeping a note of what I'm doing every day. Like how you in the church, you feel like the angels are keeping little notes on you. I don't believe that anymore. I vacated that belief. But I still believe we have an obligation to be compassionate, to be kind, to understand our lives, to understand, because the mind is everything. If you understand your mind and you go to the core of it, you find contentment and joy.
A lot of my Christian audience is frustrated that more ex-Mormons don't just stay with Christianity. Anything you want to say to them about why you're not just joining a non-denominational Christian church? Not that I am wanting to promote that.
Yes.
I think our Christian listeners just don't get that.
Yes. Well, that's a good question. Part of the reason is, I feel like, there's an American saying, "You fool me once."
You think that any religion might be fooling you? Is that what you're saying?
Yes, I feel like you put yourself in a vulnerable position, and there's always going to be peer pressure in the stage of religion for you to follow others, even when you may disagree with them, right?
Yeah.
Because we're trying always to please other people.
Yeah.
And then the other thing, I'm not convinced that my ancestors who lived for millions of years without Christianity, like in Africa, their life is worth nothing. I don't believe that to be true anymore.
Yeah.
I don't believe you. And I think the first step is, I don't believe you need Christianity or any sort of theology for you to make sense of life or to find contentment in life, because there have been a good chunk of people to this day live outside those constructs. You go to the whole of China, which is a huge population, the whole of India, this is probably the two countries that constitute like half of the global population. They're not Christians, right? And their life has meaning. You can tell that from the product of their cultural development that really they have purpose, right? And so, do I think it's necessary? No, I don't think it is. I think religion gives people lazy answers. And I know this is judgmental. It gives you easy answers why not to go beyond the obvious. I don't think I would ever join church, ever, any church.
But they'd say, oh, the Bible's true, though, especially the New Testament. That's the word of Jesus. It's true.
It is true it's true because your name is Peter or James or whatever, and because you are not born Muhammad in Tehran, Iran, right? If you're born in Tehran, the Quran will be very true for you, right? And so I think most belief is geographical as opposed to spiritual belief, right? You were born in a certain part and you took it for granted that your ancestors have believed this thing for lineages, and therefore it's an unsayable truth. It's not necessarily true because it's objectively true. It's true because of your pedigree. And so I'm not willing to fool myself. I might as well occupy the place and say, well, my tribe did not have books of mythology, but the hyenas talk in their mythology, and so the hyena is true. So that is as valid as the argument the Bible is true or the Quran is true. The books of mythology to me, does it have truth that you could apply? Yeah, of course, Shakespeare has truth. He's not a prophet, So you can find truth anywhere, in any culture, even those people who talk to animals, they have certain truths that are useful to, in their lives. That's how they have managed to survive for so many generations. If it wasn't entirely useful, evolution is not kind to people who are, there'll be elimination of their existence. So I don't think if it gives somebody solace and comfort to read those stories, of course, there's nothing that will preclude me from reading a biblical story. I do not read the book of Jonah and the whale and think if I was ever stranded in the ocean, I'd jump in the mouth of a whale, But is there some truth? Yeah, there's some truth in the Bible. There's some truth in the Book of Mormon because it's basic human intelligence, right? There's truth in Shakespeare. There's truth in whoever, Chinua Achebe, whoever you find, wherever you go. So we cannot write off anybody, but we must be careful not to have definite truths that are only found among our people or among the people to whom we were born. Because I think that is disingenuous at some level.
Beautiful. Well, I think that's a good place to wrap up. I'm just going to plug your book one more time. The book is A Quest for New Dawn by Joe Ngatia. That's Ngatiamd. And we've gone 4.5 hours.
Wow, that was quick.
Well, yeah, it was quick for me. Thank you for being willing to come all the way from South Dakota and to share your Mormon story with our audience. And specifically, I'm so happy that we're getting a sub-Saharan Africa
Thank you.
Mormon story. I mean, we've done Zimbabwe once or twice. One was a white Zimbabwean. But I'm so happy that we have a Kenyan Mormon story. So thank you.
Thank you for inviting me. It's been a great pleasure. And, I can tell it's a pleasure because I didn't even notice the passage of time.
Are you hungry? It's like we haven't had lunch yet. It's almost 3.
Wow, I can't believe it. That's amazing. Yes.
We didn't pause. We didn't stop.
That was awesome. Thank you. So, I looked forward to meeting you and for years, from the time we met on the, on podcast. I believe it's 2014. But it's a great pleasure. And thank you for inviting me.
Thank you, Joe.
Absolutely.
Well, thanks for coming on Mormon Stories.
Thank you so much. Yes.
And thanks everyone for joining us today on Mormon Stories. Thanks to Julia for her help. Brooklyn helps as well. Trevanon has been our moderator as of late from Europe. Thanks to everyone who makes this possible. I just want to say thanks to our donors. We couldn't do this without you. So if you donate to Mormon Stories and the Oba Stories Foundation, thank you. We couldn't do it without you. We do depend on the support of our donors. So if you value this content and you want to see it continue, just go to mormonstories.org/donate. Click on the donate button and become a monthly donor. And you'll be able to help us continue to do what we do. If you want to apply to be on Mormon Stories, that's how we learned about Joe. He applied.
Absolutely.
You can apply. You can go to mormonstories.org/apply, and the little application will pop up. You fill it out, record a 3-minute video. We'll review it. Focus on why you think your story would be interesting to the Mormon Stories audience. We're looking for people who we sense really know Mormon stories and get a sense for why their story would be unique or valuable or interesting. Focus on that. And we are always looking for great stories. So please do that. We're sorry Margie couldn't join us today, but she'll join us again soon. We love Margie as well. Please subscribe to these channels, like these channels, thumbs them up, comment, send us your feedback at mormonstories@gmail.com. Also, please comment on these episodes, and we'd just love to hear your feedback. So that's it. Thanks for joining us today. Thanks again to Joe Ngatia. Buy his book, make it an international bestseller.
Yes.
A Quest for New Dawn by Joe Ngatia. Be good to each other, be kind to each other, and we'll see you all again soon on another episode of Mormon Stories Podcast. And if you represent a country that hasn't been covered yet on Mormon Stories, apply, because we want to cover every major country in the world in time. So please apply, and we'd love to consider you to be on the podcast. Take care, everyone. We'll see you all again soon. Thanks again, Joe.
No, thank you so much.
All right.
It was a pleasure.